Test, test. So welcome to our June council meeting. I appreciate everybody coming out. It's a beautiful day here in the town of Miami Lakes. We're going to start off with calling up Andrea Riccici. Good to see you, Andrea. So the Graham Companies, every year, they host a scholarship event where folks submit and you guys get to pick. So I know we have two incredible recipients this year, so I'm going to pass it over to Andrea to make the check presentations.
Well, it's definitely in partnership with B, if I'm correct. I don't know if anyone from the EAB is here. But I get to look at the applications every year. I'm very excited because it's always inspiring for the students that are applying, and what an exciting time in life as well to be going to college. I tell everyone to stay in school forever because being a real adult is not so much fun. But I'm excited because I get to present two scholarships for two very students that definitely, when I read the applications, I said my fingers were crossed that these two individuals were going to win, and they did. So I'm very excited about that as well. I guess I will do it just one at a time. Okay. Usually I'm not. Stu Wiley, who's our president and CEO, is normally the one who presents these. But I will first call up Marlon. Is he here? Yes, he is. This is for you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And you're going to?
I'm going to UF, University of Florida.
Future Gator. Definitely went to Bob Grimm as well, but we're very excited about that. And then the next student is Elizabeth. Congratulations. Would you like to say anything?
I will be attending Davidson College through the Posse Scholarship, and I'm going to study chemistry.
So just wanted to congratulate you two. Like I said, every year it's something that I look forward to being a part of and being able to award these two scholarships. And congratulations, you're off to a great start. And if there's anything we could ever do, please don't hesitate to reach out to us at the Graham Companies because we're here to support you as well.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you. The Graham Companies have always been great partners here in the town of Miami Lakes, and yeah, you guys, congratulations. The sky's the limit. Hearing where you guys are going, we're really proud of both of you, so keep up the good work. So I usually don't get nervous or jitters when I come to a council meeting, but today we have some amazing guests that we're going to be introducing now in a second. And I want to give a shout out. She's not here, to Jessica Fernandez, who helped put this together. And also I want to call up Alberto de la Cruz from Babalu Blog. I don't know if you guys follow that, but I do. I know a lot of these folks. So if you want to come up, Alberto, he's going to be making some very important recognitions now in a second. But before we get there, I wanted to talk about our proclamation this month. I know this month is Pride Month, and one thing that doesn't get talked about enough is the plight, human rights plight of people throughout the world. And something that happens not too far from us in Cuba is to this day is major prosecution of people that are gay, and that's something that we have to showcase and be better stewards of. And that's why this month we are presenting a very special proclamation that I'm going to present now, and I'll hand it over to Alberto, who's going to make some great remarks and has two incredible guests here with us. And the person that we're recognizing is no longer here with us. He is, but his legacy still lives here in the town of Miami Lakes. Give me a second. Whereas Reinaldo Arenas was an accomplished Cuban poet and an award-winning author who, despite his prolific and highly acclaimed work suffered persecution in communist Cuba for being openly gay and speaking frankly about his sexuality in his literary works. And whereas Reinaldo Arenas was arrested and imprisoned by the Castro dictatorship in 1963 during its crackdown on homosexuals and sent to the infamous UMAP, Military Units for Aid to Production, concentration camps to do forced labor along with other Cubans suspected of being gay and deemed sexual deviants by the communist dictatorship. And whereas Arenas was arrested again in 1973 for being a homosexual and convicted of the crime of ideological deviation, where he was sentenced to 8 years in prison. He managed to escape prison, and after several failed attempts to escape the island, was able to have an open letter condemning the Castro dictatorship smuggled out of Cuba before he was captured again and severely punished. And whereas during the decades of persecution he suffered in Cuba for being gay, many of Arenas's literary works were confiscated by the Castro dictatorship and its state security apparatus, which used extreme measures to silence his voice and his sexuality. And whereas Arenas managed to finally escape communist Cuba during the Mariel exodus and come to the U.S. in exile, Arenas continued to advocate for gay rights and expose the cruelty and persecution of homosexuals in Cuba by the Castro dictatorship. His biography, Before Night Falls, published in 1992, went on to become an award-winning film and opera. And now, therefore, I, Manny Sid, by the virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the town of Miami Lakes, and on behalf of the town council and all 33,000 Miami Lakers, do hereby proclaim June 8th, 2021 as Reinaldo Arenas Day here in the town of Miami Lakes.
Thank you, Mayor Sid. As the mayor said, Reinaldo Arenas, at least in our community, the Cuban exile community, he was a giant. This man was an incredibly talented man. Besides anything else, he was just amazing what he did, not only in his literary work, but also in his activism. And he had no fear. He continued to fight while he was in Cuba, and while here, he continued to fight and call out the Castro dictatorship for its human rights violations and its persecution of gay Cubans. And that's something that we as a community are very proud of him, and we consider him an icon, a representative of who we are and what we are, of the fight that's inside the Cuban exile community. But joining me here today, we have, if you both of you would like to stand up, we have playwright Vanessa Garcia, who wrote Amparo the Experience, which I'm sure many of you got to experience. And we also have Rosa Maria Payá, the daughter of Osvaldo Payá, who her work with Cuba Decide, she's another one that's fearless in what she does, and really does personify that Cuban spirit for freedom. But I wanted to turn it over to Vanessa, because she had a few words to say about Reinaldo.
I am honored to accept this proclamation on behalf of Cuba Decide and in honor of Reinaldo Arenas. I discovered Reinaldo Arenas, the Cuban writer, when I was 17, about the time I had decided that I would live by my pen. Reinaldo Arenas has been my constant companion throughout my journey. I actually wrote that sentence in my college newspaper over 20 years ago, and it still stands true. Punished and convicted over and over again in Cuba for his sexuality, for his dissidence, for his voice and his selfhood, for his ideological deviation from the regime's tyranny of thought. Rage, love, passion, an unrelenting drive for freedom any writer, any human can relate to. That was Arenas. His legacy lives on here in this proclamation and what it stands for. And what he fought for, we still fight for. In Spain in 1988, once he had escaped the regime through Mariel, Arenas wrote alongside the painter Jorge Camacho and his wife Margarita an open letter to Fidel Castro. It was in essence a plebiscite, a referendum asking for free elections in Cuba. Simply put, he was asking the Cuban regime to offer the people a vote, the ability to decide their own destiny, a vote they had already denied and had already been denied at that point for over 30 years. It's 62 now. The names that signed this letter: Paloma Picasso, Octavio Paz, Mario Vargas Llosa, Elie Wiesel, Fellini, Ionesco, Herberto Padilla, Manuel Puig, Susan Sontag, Violeta Chamorro. The list goes on and on, riding the signature wave out with ex-presidents of Latin America and Nobel laureates alike. Specifically, he was asking that all exiles be allowed to return to Cuba, be permitted to campaign. He was asking for the freeing of all political prisoners, for the right to freedom of expression and public opinion, the legalization of human rights committees within Cuba, the naming of a neutral international commission to oversee the plebiscite. We are still asking for these things 33 years later. Cuba is hot today with human rights abuses. People like Luis Manuel Alcántara live under a siege state. Michael Osorbo, a Cuban rapper who was part of the group that created the song Patria y Vida, is now a prisoner. Dennis Solis, Maricarla Ares, the list goes on, and for every name we know, there are long lists we don't. People are currently being tortured in the same way Arenas was, for their liberty of thought, for their fight for human rights, for their independent human choices and their independent human will. As a writer, I will not stop my pen from running. LGBTQ activists will not stop their campaigns for justice, life, and equality, and Cuba Decide will continue to take up the fight for Cuba to one day decide its own future, its own destiny. This beating heart of people taking up Arenas' fight alongside this proclamation, this is Arenas' legacy. Thank you.
You guys mind if we get a picture?
Thank you so much, Mayor Manny Diaz and all the members of the commission, and also, of course, Alberto for thinking on recognizing Reinaldo Arenas, and which is also a way of recognize his fight for the human rights of all the LGTB people in Cuba, but also for the human rights of all Cubans, a fight that we are trying to continue, and a fight that is definitely in need of many, many supporters and many voices, especially here in the within the Cuban American community. So thank you so much, and thank you, Vanessa, for those enlightening words. For everybody here, but also for all the people that is following us through internet, and that also in Cuba are going to know that we are still commemorating Reinaldo Arenas. Thank you.
No, thank you. I mean, you three are giants in our community. I bet with Babalu blog, so if you don't follow them, you got to follow them. Rosa Maria Payá, just not only what she does here, but internationally, is a giant for human rights, is following in her father's footsteps with Oswaldo Payá. So, I mean, what you do is amazing. And the Amparo experience, you all went, yeah, I cried. So just being real, that was one of the most amazing things that I've ever attended in my life. So, you know, you three are amazing. Thank you guys very much. And I think we have to continue to showcase that hypocrisy that exists, right? There's people out there that wear Che Guevara shirts with the rainbow colors, and they don't understand that, you know, in Cuba, they were throwing people in jail simply because they were gay, right, in concentration camps. And I think we have to continue showcasing that, advocating for our brothers and sisters on the island. But, yeah, you three are amazing. We really appreciate you guys being here in the town of Miami Lakes, and keep up the good work. God bless you. We got your back. So 100%. Thank you guys very much. And that finalizes our presentations for the night. So we'll take a 5-minute rest, break. If anybody wants to take any pictures, do anything, you're more than welcome. Let's call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Diegues.
Here.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Present.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Present.
Councilmember Ruano.
Present.
Councilmember Alvarez is absent. Vice Mayor Collazo.
Present.
Mayor Sid.
Present.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's all rise for the prayer led by Mr. Homero Cruz from the RTV Emmaus and the Emmaus International Foundation.
Okay, let us bow our heads and in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. God of peace, we invite you to preside over this meeting. Even if we have different opinions, give us unity of spirit. Help us to each other and listen politely as others share their points of view. Help us to work as a unified team in combining ideas for a great outcome. Help us to work as a whole rather than as individuals trying to promote their own agendas. May we have a spirit of peace in this room and work together on our shared mission. We thank you, Lord. Amen.
Thank you, Homero. Remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance led by our town clerk, Gina Nguanzu.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated. Now we have Ariel Fernandez from the Better You Minute.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, residents, and staff of the great town of Miami Lakes. We've all been there. We've been challenged. We disagree with somebody. We hear something that just sets us off. But our first reaction can never be the reaction that we naturally have, which is to challenge that person and to snap back. There's a simple way to avoid that and to have a calm and moderated response. Take a deep breath. I know, we've heard it many times, and sometimes it's very difficult to do. But taking a deep breath can help us assimilate the situation we're in and avoid escalation, and also avoid insulting others. We each contribute a great part to this community. If we all work together, we can continue to have this community of Miami Lakes continue to go growing beautifully. Thank you very much, and have a great meeting.
Thank you, Ariel. We appreciate you always starting off our meetings with the right tone. We're moving on to the order of business, deferrals, additions, deletions. I personally have, I believe, one I'm going to be pulling from consent. It's item 10C that I'm going to pull from consent. Item 10C.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move up item 14B to just after public comments.
14B.
Yes, sir.
After.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move up item 11A to after the item that Councilman Diegues just moved up.
Got it. Any other deferrals, additions, deletions? Seeing none, right now we've pulled item 10C from consent. We're moving up 14B to after public comments, and we're also moving up 11A to after 14B.
I'll move to adopt the amended order of business.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Madam Clerk?
Good evening. Please be advised that this public meeting is open to the public and will be held in Town Hall. Welcome, everyone. All comments and questions from this attending public shall be directed to the mayor in a courteous tone. To ensure the orderly conduct and efficiency of this meeting, public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes, maximum per person. No clapping, applauding, heckling, verbal outbursts in support of or in opposition to a speaker or his/her remarks shall be permitted. Should a member of the attending audience become unruly or behave in any manner that disrupts the orderly and efficient conduct of the meeting, such person will be asked to leave the meeting, and as a courtesy to others, all electronic devices must be set to silent mode to avoid the disruption of the proceedings. In accordance with the Americans with Disability Act, any person needing special accommodations to participate in the meeting should always call us 2 days before the meeting. Welcome. Have a good meeting. So public comments. We're going to start with public comments, live public comments. You just approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, and welcome.
Martha Mendez, 7000 Glendigo Drive. I waited for this meeting because I can see all your faces because I hate the masks. I'm here on item 12B. You touch my pocket, you're going to see me jump, and that's why I'm here. When this item was discussed on borrowing $15.5 million, a bond, the town manager was kind enough to give me a list of all of the projects that would be in the $15.5 million. He was kind enough to let me know, and I quote, "These bonds will be special revenue bonds, which will be paid through stormwater fees. These are different from general obligation bonds, which require voter approval," meaning that you six can indebt us for $15.5 million. Yes, some of these issues are urgent, and we know that because we were underwater last year for months, but it seems that this year, the skies are much nicer to us. In the list of items, there's Royal Oaks 6th edition, $764,000. Royal Oaks 8th edition, $780,000. Royal Oaks 1st edition, I don't know what these are, by the way, $366,000. Royal Oaks 1st edition, $257,000 for a total of $1,400,000 just in Royal Oaks. Our representatives from District 103 brought back from Tallahassee $440,000. And I was told that it's in addition to what I just told you. I don't know where the $440,000 is going to be spent on. There's $1.4 million already in Royal Oaks. Are you going to be destroying the streets in Royal Oaks for what? How long? 5 months, 6 months, 7 months? When are you going to complete 4 jobs plus the 440? You upped my stormwater utilities. I haven't forgotten that. It's instead of 1.2 million, you'll be getting 2.4 million. I don't know. I'm making that number up. Please, bring down the 15 million. You don't have to hit us with 15 million. That is horrid. It's like, a shock. It's like, thank you.
Thank you, Mita.
Next speaker, please approach the podium. Welcome, and name and address for the record.
Thank you. Good evening. Jorge Conforme, 1801 Coral Way, Miami, Florida, 33145. I'm here on behalf of my client, Wheels. As you learned last meeting, we're a micromobility operator, and we're very interested in working with the town of Miami Lakes. I'm here to urge you to support item 12A, which is on second reading, the micromobility ordinance. If there's any questions, I'll be around when that item comes up. but we certainly urge you to support. It's a good item, and I think it's going to be of great benefit to your residents. Thank you.
Thanks, George.
Hi, Esther Bonnie Centron, 14770 Lewis Road. Before you start my time, I didn't hear what you said for 14B. You pulled it, or no? I can still speak about it, right? Okay, you can start. Hello, Mayor Sid and council members and staff. I'm here to thank Councilman Dieguez for asking the council to draft and adopt a resolution to be sent to the school board and the Superintendent Carvalho in support of H.R. 5. That's Portraits in Patriotism Bill. I had tried to speak to the board and the superintendent way back before their meeting last August, when they were going to decide whether or not to infuse some of the Black Lives Matter and equity ideology into our curriculum. But due to the COVID pandemic, the board meetings were closed to in-person attendance, and neither Perla Huntman nor Mr. Carvalho would meet with me privately, so I wrote a letter, but it was never answered. The questionable and what I consider to be harmful concepts were almost unanimously passed with, I think, just one dissenting vote by the school board. But now there is hope, because you are exactly the people who can make a difference. Your voices carry far more weight because you represent many when you speak. As you know, if you read any of my thoughts on teacher training and curriculum, I'm very passionate about those subjects. I had heard a recent poll that was done among college students. Only 47% of them said they were proud to be Americans. Back in 2003, 70% said they were. So you can see how much we have declined. And I think that has taken place mainly because the root cause being the deterioration in our school system. The leftist ideology has filtered into the classrooms, and our children are being indoctrinated to be ashamed of our country. Yes, we have had some dark issues in the past. History must be taught honestly and everything kept in perspective. The whole point should be to teach how much we have evolved and how far we have come. Dividing and differentiating children from one another because of their skin color or religion is passé, it's totally outdated. We had overcome that several years ago. Now, some school curriculum seems to be taking steps back rather than forward. So, Councilman Dieguez, thank you most sincerely for having the foresight and wisdom to encourage the council to do the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Next speaker, please approach the podium. If not, I'm going to start calling the participants via Zoom.
Claudia Luces, 8220 Menteith Terrace. Good evening, everyone. May 14th, 2019, council meeting. This is over 2 years ago. Councilman Collazo brings forth an item titled Options for Miami Lakes Optimist Park Improvements. The council dedicates over 2 hours on this particular item. Why? Because residents expressed concern over the $17 million price tag. Repeatedly, we hear comments from council and staff where this was referred to as kind of a hysterical number. This wasn't the number. Fast forward, January 26, 2021. What is submitted to Miami-Dade County Public School Board? A $17 million design option. So was it hysterical or not? This council gave direction to staff to come back with different pricing options. 4.5, 8.9, okay, and the 17. Where are those options? Because when I requested the public records request, I got 17 million. About 6 different designs at 17 million. 2 years later. COVID happened March of 2021. We were still working, though. We could still work from home. Since then, okay, since the May 2019 meeting, 5 different options, because I received them from the public records request. One dated July 30th, 2019, September 18th, 2019, October 23rd, 2019, December 27th, 2019, and the final one, January 26, 2021. Guess what the price tag is on them? $17 million. What happened to your other pricing options? What happened to the workshop? It's been 2 years. What do we find out now? That a design has been administratively approved, $17 million worth of it, submitted to Miami-Dade County Public Schools. So here's a shiny object. We still don't have a joint use agreement, which we were told 2 years ago was going to take place. 2 years later, we're still here in the same boat. But I do see a design option that has been proposed to Miami-Dade County Public Schools for $17 million. So I ask the question, you are our council. If we're gonna have things administratively approved that affect our budget, then what are you guys here for? Because I'm really confused. You guys gave direction to staff. I know that this is a contentious item, okay? But the more we talk about it, the more we understand about it, the easier we can find a solution to this. But no direction was followed. It's been 2 years. Do we still need more time for staff to work on this? Think about it, okay? Seems to me, and getting back to my public records request, at this very podium, Assistant Town Manager Tony Lopez goes over an $8.9 million option. Interestingly enough, I never received a copy of that option, only the $17 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia.
Next speaker. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lázaro Alcacha. My address is 884 Northwest 135th Court. I come to present a proposal in regards to running a year-round basketball program. I currently own a youth basketball academy called 305 Sports, and my goal is to hopefully run the basketball academy here in Miami Lakes. I would love to invest and put a arenasium over the basketball courts at Miami Lake Optimus Park. I have submitted the proposal to Danny, and I'm excited. I'm hoping to do business with you guys here. Thank you. Any questions, anybody?
No?
Thank you.
Thank you, Coach.
Do you need paper?
But you can leave it with our attorney, I guess.
Anyone else for public comments? I'm going to start calling the, yes, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Lynn Matos. I live at 16340 Woodwalk. It feels great and very odd to be in front of you without a mask tonight, doesn't it? Seems strange. I'm here tonight to talk about a couple of things. One of the things that I hear most about in my profession when people are interested in moving, whether it's to Miami Lakes or to other communities, of course, I'm always hopeful that they're only interested in moving to Miami Lakes, but what do I hear? Schools, parks, and safety. So I'm here tonight in support of Councilman Fernandez's item 14E. I'm very much in support of the license plate reader initiative. When this first came about in 2017, 2018, funds were allocated. I'd like to encourage this council to reach deep to see if there's any way to perhaps move this initiative forward and complete that project. In the past, when safety issues have become front and center even more than they've been in recent past, we've done what we've needed to do. Our safety is paramount. I think that today there's an initiative that was passed in the Miami-Dade board. I haven't had an opportunity to read that in its entirety, but it seems like there are some really broad-reaching initiatives that involve not only surveillance and working together as one community, one South Florida, and I'd like to encourage your support of Councilman Fernandez's item and also to look and see if there might be a way to bypass those delays. I'm not going to call them delays. It's a process that's in place for the public safety impact fees, but perhaps there's a way to move those license plate readers forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lynn. We look forward to the food and wine coming back, so I know you're working. All right.
Anyone else for public comments? Please approach the podium. We have 3 participants online. Ms. Esperanza Reynolds.
Esperanza Reynolds, 8465 Mentia Terrace. Your actions at the beginning of this meeting tonight were very moving. Still remember as a child when some school friends and neighbors all of a sudden disappeared. They were taken to UMUP, and as Mayor Sid said, the hypocrisy of thinking socialism is ideal when many were taken away, beaten, and put to hard labor because Castro claimed he was purging society. Many taken away were simply leaders in the fight against the revolutionaries. Thank you for recognizing the struggle for human rights only 90 miles away from our shore. We are delighted to hear that we are returning to in-person meetings, but we need to question why members of the public are unable to call in for public comments. In fact, we no longer hear so many complaints with regards to traffic. Please reconsider. Next Thursday, June 17th, is our special taxing district Section 1 meeting, and we would much prefer to call in with comments. Thank you so much. As for new business items, we're 100% in agreement with the council getting involved with school curriculum. Bravo, Councilman Dieguez, for this item. We hope you go deeper and protect parents and students by ensuring access to the books, curriculum, and classes offered for review by parents and Miami Lakes residents. Thank you again. We applaud the effort of finding hurricane resilience materials to ensure safety for property owners. Please consider saying steel seamless roof materials, as many think metal roofs are made out of zinc or aluminum. We stand with the people of Israel, our holy land, and commend you for resolving to condemn hatred and violence against the Jewish community. We congratulate the communications team because the latest videos highlighting the beauty and offerings of Miami Lakes and our newsletter shared by Director Clarissa de Cardenas are simply best in class. By the way, the work of Town of Miami Lakes Clerk Gina Inwanso, the improvement of minutes of meetings, the immediate recognition of public records requests, and the organization of information and worthy of mention. And finally, the Building Ad Hoc Committee is doing a superb job reviewing our end-to-end building permit process. Through these efforts, we realize the talent of our staff, the great team we have at Town Hall. We did not know that we actually were employing Albert Einstein in our information technology department. Oh, wait, his name is Herman Kure. Thank you, and good luck to you. Good night.
Thank you, Hope.
The next speaker online is Ms. Christina Olney. Welcome, Ms. Christina Olney.
Good evening from Washington, D.C. Mayor Sid, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of the resolution being introduced by Council Member Josh Dieguez. It's an honor to be with you all. My name is Christina Olney, and I am the Director of Government Relations of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation. For those of you who are not familiar with our organization, we are a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization authorized by Congress to educate the American people about the history, legacy, and impact of communism. Over the past century, communist totalitarian regimes in some 40 nations have killed more than 100 million people and subjected countless more to exploitation, violence, and untold devastation. These victims were shot dead in the Bolshevik Revolution. They were starved in the Holodomor Ukraine famine. They were worked to death in the Soviet Gulag. They were exiled to Siberia in the Baltic deportations. They were executed on Cuba's Isle of Pines. They were beaten to death in China's Cultural Revolution. They drowned fleeing Vietnam, their bones litter Cambodia's desolate killing fields. Although the Soviet Union collapsed and the Berlin Wall fell, 1/5 of the world's population today is still suffering under single-party communist Leninist regimes. In Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua, the horrors of socialism and communism continue. Yet the majority of young Americans simply do not know the history of communist regimes. They don't know that there have been 100 million victims of communism, and they don't know about the crimes committed by communist dictators like Stalin, Mao, and Castro. They have not heard the stories of the brave individuals who have resisted communist tyranny. This is why our organization is urging state legislatures across the country to require schools to teach their students about the history of communism. Florida just became the first state to do so when the House and Senate passed HB 5, the Portraits in Patriotism Act, in April. This legislation requires social studies courses in public high schools to include a comparative discussion of communism and totalitarianism with the principles of freedom and democracy essential to the founding principles of the United States. It also requires the Department of Education to develop a Portraits in Patriotism video library that would house first-person accounts of victims of totalitarian regimes. Our organization has already developed a curriculum supplement on the history of communism that we are equipping high school and middle school teachers with across the country. We also have an award-winning oral history video series, The Witness Project, that shares the stories of these victims of communism. One of the recent Witness Project episodes that we produced was on the incredible legacy of Oswaldo Paya, the father of Rosa Maria Paya, who is with us this evening. These resources are available on the website of our organization, www.victimsofcommunism.org. We at the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation urge the Council to pass this important resolution.
Thank you, Ms. Olney. Thank you for your comments and participation. The next speaker, I have several participants. I'm just going to call their names. I'm not sure if they want to speak. Well, I'm just going to state their names for the record. I have Ms. Lourdes Abadin. I have Ms. Jasmine Mesa, Mr. Albert Del Castillo. Those are the only participants that I have. I believe they're here for item 12B, but if you want to speak, please do so now. And Mayor,
I will refrain for item 12B. Thank you.
Thank you.
Same here. This is Albert Del Castillo. Same with me.
Thank you and welcome. For
Thank you.
purposes of the record, Mayor and Council, I received 2 written public comments earlier today, one from Ms. Hope Reynolds, the other one from Ms. Cintron, Bonnie Cintron. As always, I shared their emails with you, and we have them here. If anyone is interested in reading them, I have placed copies for your convenience as well. No more public comments.
Got it. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Public comments is closed. I also wanted to recognize Daniel Gil Gonzalez, the District Aide to State Representative Tom Fabricio. Welcome, Daniel. Good to see you. I know we had a moment of personal privilege by our Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and I will be brief. Just wanted to make a quick shout out to the Miami Lakes Optimist Park. We are hosting today in our city 3 other cities. Want to welcome the city of Hollywood Hills, West Pembroke Pines, and Cooper City to our town. We are hosting a baseball tournament. They'll be here throughout the week, again on Wednesday and on Saturday. Obviously, I'm going to be rooting for our boys, so go Miami Lakes. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor.
Awesome. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Let the record reflect that Council Member Alvarez has joined the meeting.
Got it. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're moving on to, we have committee reports, actually appointments first. So we have several appointments. We have Dave Oliver to the Sports Hall of Fame Committee by Councilmember Tony Fernandez. Josh Rios to the Youth Activities Task Force by Councilwoman Meredith Ruano. Annette Bueno to the Special Needs Advisory Board by myself, Mayor Manny Cid. Angel Armesto to the Blasting Committee by Councilwoman Meredith Ruano. Mario Pineda Jr. to the Youth Activities Task Force by Councilman Carlos O. Alvarez. Nicole Ortiz to the Veterans Committee by Councilmember Jeffrey Rodriguez. Daniel Gonzalez to the Youth Activities Task Force by Councilman Luis Collazo. Are there any motions on the table?
So moved.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. If you can all stand up, that we announce your names. If you guys don't mind, stand up real quick, please. Let's give these folks a round of applause. Thank you. Our community is great because people like you who give back, who love this town. I mean, so Miami Lakes continues to grow beautifully, specifically because of people like you giving back to this town. So thank you all very, very much. Thank you. We're on to committee reports. Cultural Affairs Committee. Mr. Chair, welcome.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, sorry to butt in, but we did skip over.
Yes, you're right,
14B
you're right,
and
you're right.
11A.
We're on to, I'm sorry, Chairman, give me
Tim,
1 second. I
item
had taken an item out of
14B.
order. We're item 14B.
14B.
Councilman Diegues.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm not going to belabor the point. I think Ms. Olney did an excellent job of summarizing what the Portraits in Patriotism Act is all about, and you've heard from the public comments the broad support that the item enjoys to ensure that our students continue to understand why our country is so great and not to fall into the trap of thinking that equal misery is something that's going to help us become better, stronger, or live more prosperous lives. So the item is already attached to the memorandum, so I move that we adopt the item as it is written in the memorandum.
I'll second.
Any discussion, council? Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Congratulations, Councilman Diegues. We're on to the next item, which I believe is a resolution in first reading. Councilman Fernandez. 11A.
All right, and for this one, if I can have staff Susana and the
11A.
Legal Academy from Miami Lakes Middle to come up.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, relating to landscape regulations, amending Chapter 13, Land Development Code, Article 5, allowable encroachments into the required yards and exceptions to the maximum permitted height, Section 13-1508, driveways and parking spaces, Division 6, creating a subdivision to Division 6, providing for repeal of laws in conflict, for providing for severability, providing for inclusion into the code, and providing for an effective date. I got your back, Mr. Attorney. So.
Thank you, Mayor. Susana, would you like to kick us off?
We're going to depart a little bit of the regular way we usually do an ordinance in first reading. The students have 100% prepared this item all on their own. I've provided some guidance, obviously, but very minimal. All the thought process is their own. All the diagrams and the studies are their own, and I'm going to let them explain themselves and explain their reasoning and act on behalf of staff. Obviously, I'm right here, so if there's any technical question that actually needs my backup, I'll be right here, but they can fight this one on their own, and I'm going to let them do just that. I do appreciate, however, there was some commentary from the planning and zoning. It's included in your memo. Do read it, because it was already beat up once, and they defended themselves wonderfully. So I'm going to let them do that, and again, we can answer questions later, and this is a process, right? So we're still working on it, but we're going to let them just do their thing. And without any more, Moritz, Jocelyn, Gabriela, and Lucille. Here they are.
Good evening, Mayor Cid and members of the Miami Lakes Town Council. My name is Jocelyn Hernandez, and today I am here with my classmates Maurice Acosta, Gabriela Vega, and Lucia Bring. Today is the first reading of our proposal, and we have prepared a presentation to go along with it. We hope you enjoy. As you may know, we are a group of students from the Miami Lakes Middle School Center for Civic Leadership program. We have a passion for civic engagement, and this year we wanted to tackle a problem in this community, flooding, with our initiative through public policy.
We got motivation to take action on this project of flooding after we saw the severe impacts of Tropical Storm Eta a few months ago in November. As you can see, there's many images on how Tropical Storm Eta flooded many parts of Miami Lakes, residential, popular streets, and also schools. In fact, all public schools in Miami Lakes were closed for a day due to water complications, and half of the schools in Miami Lakes were closed for an additional day due to even more water complications in their own school. Specifically, our school auditorium was completely flooded with several feet of water, and there were electrical cords and electrical cords in the water, creating a fire and electrical hazard. Overall, why flooding is an issue to many in Miami-Dade County, the county Miami Lakes is located in, 305.7 thousand properties are at major risk of flooding, and that number is just set to increase by 35,000 more properties in the next 30 years. So this is a map created by FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and they designated flood zones to Miami Lakes. As you can see, Miami Lakes is mostly in blue, which is not a good sign because this signifies that it's in an AE flood zone. It was designated at AE, which means it is a high-risk flood hazard zone, and only a little bit is at moderate hazard risk.
Throughout our project, we had the pleasure to speak with a diverse group of people who would help us in the making of this policy. One of these people was Miss Marlene Sejo, a resident of the town of Miami Lakes. She wrote a letter in which she states that she has been suffering from flooding for a while, and that she wishes that that the way that flooding is being handled will improve. Furthermore, a Town of Miami Lakes community survey was conducted by the ETC Institute to gather residential feedback. As you can see from the chart, 65% of the residents surveyed, which is being more than half of the residents surveyed, agreed to see an increasing of flooding in their neighborhood.
In order to alleviate the effects of flooding we saw in the town, we prepared a policy proposal in the form of an amendment to the code. It is an amendment to the Miami Lakes Land Development Code. In our amendment, we propose to lower the maximum allowed area of paved impervious area, which is currently 60%, to 50%. So this would be a 10% decrease compared to the current. It's typically distributed in a 60-40 fashion, with 60% being the paved area and 40% being the pervious area. And we propose to decrease this to 50% and 50%. And then we also propose that residents get an incentive to, so in order, if they choose to use permeable pavers, which is a special type of material that promotes the passage of water through it, which promotes that water penetrates the ground properly. If they choose to use this special type of material, they get 70% instead of 50. So they will get more paved area, so more parking space for their cars, if they use this special type of material, which has known benefits compared to typical concrete. We also propose that they plant with an extensive root system in their grass area. So what this does is that it prevents erosion, which also prevents runoff, which is one of the major causes of flooding. So these roots will hold in place the soil that typically is moved and shifted when a lot of rainfall occurs. So to sum up our initiative, it will be first decreased to 50%. And we would want to grandfather this in, so this does not apply to residents who currently have it divided, their front yard, in a 60-40 fashion. We propose to decrease this, and then we propose to offer an incentive to increase this to 70% if they use the special type of material known as permeable pavers. Also, we would like to apologize. In the second line of Exhibit A, we made a small spelling mistake. We wrote previous instead of pervious, and we are planning to correct this between first and second reading.
So the reason specifically why we wanted to decrease the use of impervious material in Miami Lakes is that impervious material has many negative impacts on the urbanization of landscapes. So it increases runoff, making it water not being able to penetrate into the soil for vegetation, and instead the water just stays there, which creates dangerous flooding, and which is currently happening in Miami Lakes. And then so the benefit of permeable pavers is that it instead reduces the runoff, and then more water is allowed to filtrate through the paver and go into the ground, into the soil. And also, it creates a more natural hydraulic balance. Say for example, if there's major pollutants, it will filtrate those pollutants, so there'll be a less concentration. And also, when using impervious materials such as concrete, it breaks very easily over the years and is in constant need for refixing. So by using permeable pavers, in the long run, you're saving money and effort. These are just a few diagrams of how permeable paver works. Say, for example, on the diagram to the left is an example of exactly how permeable pavers is supposed to be used. So since permeable pavers has small gaps and small spaces, and this is the reason why it's more beneficial, because it allows water to filtrate. So when it rains, it'll filtrate, and then it'll go into the soil for vegetation instead of just staying there and not create any flooding. And to the right is just a few images of permeable pavers, such as permeable asphalt and permeable concrete. And as it's just an example, so you can get a visual perception of the small gaps and spaces in between.
To better demonstrate our initiative, we made models of different ratios on different sized front yards. This is a 25 by 50 yard with a total of 1,250 square feet. In this current 60-40 ratio shown on the left, you will see that there is 750 square feet paved and 500 square feet that are grass. The model to the left shows the proposed 50-50 deduction, where both the paved and grass areas are 625 square feet, respectively. This model demonstrates the proposed 70-30 increase, which would only apply to residents who choose to use permeable pavers. The permeable pavers will be 875 square feet, opposed to the original 60-40, 750. And then the landscaped area, which will have the root system, the plants with the root systems that are extensive, will be 375 square feet, opposed to the original 500.
So these are graphs of a 25 feet by 60 feet lot. The graph on the right is an example of our proposed 50-50 reduction, while the one on the left is an example, a simple example of what a front yard could look like now. As you can see, it's divided in a 60-40 fashion. So compared to what we have currently, the one on the right only has 750 square feet of paved area, compared to the current maximum allowed of 900 square feet if you have that size yard. This is our proposed incentive for the residents. So although there is 1,050 square feet of paved area, do keep in mind that this is the special type of material that we want to incentivize. So it may seem like more paved area, but it's the special type of material contrary to what currently residents may have, which concrete cement. So this would also, so as you could see, there's plants located on the borders of the property line. And these plants in our proposed amendment to the code would be having extensive root systems that are able to capture the soil and hold it in place.
So this is models of, similar to what you've seen before, but it is divided in a 25 by 70 fashion. So in total, it's 1,750 square feet. So as you can see in the current model, which is 60-40, the current primary policy, 60% of the paved area, which is impervious material, is 1,050 square feet, and 40% of green space, or anything that the resident would like, is 525 square feet. And to the right is what we're proposing for deduction, which is 50% of each, which is 175 square feet. And the purpose of this is, as we're deducting it, even though it is impervious material, it is still in a 10% increase of a possible green area. But still, we are trying to incentivize our proposed incentive, which is 70-30, so 70% of permeable pavers, and that would be 1,225 square feet, and 30% of green area or plants needed will especially help for erosion and vegetation, which is equivalent to 525 square feet as well.
We have met with several experts in order to create the policy that we presented to you today. We want to make sure that our policy is as effective as possible. One of these experts was the vice president of the South Florida Water Management District, who stated that more paving without thought on drainage leads to more flooding. We also met with National Board Certified Educator, Mr. Kessler Peters. He's also a National Geographic Certified Educator, and he spoke in favor of our policy, and he also stated that if we do not act now, more flooding could occur in the future. We also met with Dr. Yayanta Obesekera. He is the director of the FIU Sea Level Solution Center, and he agreed that we need to act sooner than later. He also was very in favor of the use of backflow preventers as well as pressurized pipes in Miami Lakes. We also went internationally, and we spoke to the Dutch consulate in Miami. We consulted with a Dutch engineering company. The Netherlands is considered the world leader when it comes to water management, and we spoke to a company with over 40,000 employees worldwide, 10,000 of those in the United States, and they looked really favorable upon our policy. We thank you for your time. This has been a great experience, and we would now like to take any comments, questions, or concerns.
Councilman Fernandez, any motions on the table to open it up for discussion?
I'd like to move it, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Discussion, council?
It's more of a question to staff. If Suzanne, if you can please come up and just kind of summarize, because I haven't been able to get to that part in the memorandum yet. What was P&Z's comments on the item?
The Planning and Zoning Board found that there may be some better explanations as to what kind of pavers would be appropriate, better definitions of what permeable pavers, maybe adding definitions regarding permeability and particular numbers as to how many gallons per inch, and similar to what we did with the artificial turf, be a little more prescriptive in how the requirements are met, and also requirements for permitting, so that we can have very particular procedures as to how this additional paving area would be approved.
And as a follow-up to that, it's my understanding that they are requesting that between first and second reading, they have another opportunity to review the final language.
Correct.
And
so you would not be hearing this in second reading in this exact form it is right now, because obviously between the two readings, staff would come in and actually make it into a little more cohesive, adding definitions and the such. I still wanted you guys to hear it in its sort of virgin form, because they have done such a great job, including the staff report, I have to say. The staff report is 100% theirs. I just gave them a generic staff report for a similar item, and they took it 100% in their own direction. And for that reason, I kind of didn't want to adulterate it with my own thought and my own thought process in the middle. And I think it's worth the exercise of thinking about the solutions that they're proffering. Even if the solutions are not perfect, they are certainly going into the right direction of thinking about how to resolve these issues and involve more people in the solutions, as opposed to just thinking about flooding as something that we solve as a community. Yeah. Also, the planning board was very interested in looking into expanding this maybe into commercial areas, and not so much focusing on the single-family residential, but maybe using commercial parking as a source of permeable pavers, and how do we incentivize that, right? So that's another thing that wasn't contemplated here that should also be discussed further.
Yeah, I would love to see you go ahead and between once you get past first reading here and, on the way to second reading, of course, run it by them again and get their final stamp of approval. I love the idea of incentivizing it in commercial areas as well, since those are, I would argue, the problem areas that we see, especially along Commerce Way. But to the students, I want to say the presentation was excellent, and I did not know that they wrote the memorandum. That's stunning. It was well done. So my hat's off to you guys. You guys did excellent work, as you always do in that program. But thank you for taking your time today to research this important issue and present to us.
Any further discussion? Council on first reading? Yeah, Councilwoman Serrano.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and you guys never disappoint. You impress me more and more and more every time that you come here. We should hire all of you. I'm really, really, truly impressed. The only thing that I have a concern with is the reduction of the space that's allowable now. So I love the idea of the pavers and something that's a little more, that will drain a little bit more. I know that we have been trying to combat drainage. You heard one of our public speakers today talk about the debt that we will be incurring now to try to improve our drainage. So it is definitely one of our biggest problems. So I love the idea of pavers and using more permeable surfaces to be able to have alternatives. But I'm not sure. I know there's a section in town where residents, more often than not, they come to us to ask us for more parking, for more possibilities, right? Because they're smaller homes and they have bigger families, they have more vehicles, and so we try to accommodate that as well, right? We try to accommodate the need for parking with the need for drainage. So I love the idea of incentivizing the commercial areas, love the idea of giving them more space if they use a permeable surface, but I'm not so keen on reducing it to like a 50-50 split. I think that would as a council member, that would cause us a little bit of grief with some of our residents. So think about that between first and second reading, and maybe it's something that you guys can tackle. I think that you're more than capable of maybe coming up with a different idea or maybe working with staff.
So if I can address that really quickly.
Yes.
The reduction to 50-50 was 100% their idea, and because they were feeling that just increasing the incentive by 10% from 60 to 70 was not enough. That is obviously, it would be more complicated. In my opinion, that would be the most complicated portion of this entire operation, because then we're creating a whole lot of existing non-conforming conditions, which would make my life not happy. However, it is the way that they feel that 20% increase in incentive is what would be more of a carrot for people to be able to use it.
And I don't disagree with you. I think that would definitely make a difference. I don't disagree with them.
And
I
that's
just
why
know that for
was
us
put
it gives me a
forth
little heartburn.
in that fashion. So the 50% is certainly something that can be sort of like taken out, because that is not necessarily the best part of the initiative. I think the initiative can work without the 50% as well.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, guys. Your work is always commendable. Thank you.
Councilman Rodriguez.
If I may, Susana, relating to that 50%, I think the way you should probably frame it is if you already have an existing driveway, right, and you want to redo it to the same exact parameters that you have, then it's okay. The 50-50, you can bring it up for new development, and that would give the incentive. But to penalize someone who has an existing driveway and is trying to improve that driveway, it's a little difficult. They'd still have the incentive to change the surface, right, to the permeable pavers. But if you can maybe look at adjusting it that way and give sort of a grandfathered type clause to residents who have that already existing.
Right, grandfathered is like code word for existing non-conforming conditions, which is not something that you want to do and like basically turn the entire town into an existing non-conforming condition. It's just not great, right? Because now we got variances every week. So that you don't want to regulate that way, basically. So that's the part where I would not necessarily say, yay. But I still believe that the 10% carrot is enough of an incentive, especially in the smaller lots where people do have a hard time fitting parking, and especially in commercial areas where maybe that could be eating into the 8-foot buffer that they're usually required, which is sometimes very difficult for them to maintain. If you're using that as a permeable surface, maybe we can reduce that buffer to something else. So this is the kinds of conversation that, yes, can be had, and especially if we find a permeable surface that is visibly nice, that works well, that really does what it promises, and that really does permeate quite a bit, and especially if it's put together with the double whammy of increasing the amount of roots in the system that are also sucking up the water as it comes down, because it's double whammy. We don't want to miss the portion of improved root systems that are going to be sucking water out of the ground at the same time. So,
Vice Mayor.
My comments are going to be brief. Very, very, very much in line with what Councilwoman Rano said. My trepidation on this is taking away something that we already are permitting. So I would like to see that incentive kind of developed, but I'd like to leave the other part as is. With regards to each and every one of you, this is the day before school ends. Most of you guys are not thinking about a class project, and I just wanted to commend your work ethic. I mean, it speaks volumes, the fact that you're coming here after hours to a town council meeting to follow this through and make sure that you see it through completion, and you're still not done. This is going to be part of the summer project. So really, my comments are trivial. I think they were already addressed by my colleagues. I just wanted to respond to your work ethic and really applaud each and every one of you for not just doing a great job here, but really showing us how much you believe in this. So thank you so much.
Yeah, you're right, Vice Mayor. Second readings in July, and I'm sure they're going to be here. So I know you guys have spoken to me. I'm 100% in favor of it. I think it's not unique to the town. I think there's one community in particular in the town that requires paver driveways, and I think is the Anchorage. And you see the difference. You know, you wash your car, literally there's no runoff into the street and stuff like that. So I know the positive impact that can have in our community going forward. So I'm in full favor. I'll be voting for it now. I'll vote for it again in second reading. We have a CIP manager position available. So if we can hire you four. I think your unique perspective, what I love about you four and the classes that you have an attitude that we need more of in government, right? That it is possible to make change. It's possible to improve people's lives. Not like, oh, the bureaucracy. No, it's kind of like, hey, let's break through those barriers. So I really, really appreciate you guys. Anything else, Councilman Fernandez, in closing? None? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Item 11A, ordinance in first reading. Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Collazo.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
Ordinance in first reading passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Congratulations, guys. See you. Well, you have work in front of you. I know you're going to the P&Z meeting later this month or in July, and then you have.
yes, we will make the changes, sort of like box it up a little differently and bring it back to the PNC, and then bring it in for second reading with a few of the changes that we mentioned.
Got it. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Point of personal privilege, Mr. Mayor. And Susanna, maybe you can incorporate them into the Green Building Code discussions and all that. I'm waiting on that item.
Actually, this sort of fits in right along with that kind of, and it's in the same sort of spirit. So yes, it is the sort of thing that we're trying to accomplish to incentivize good building practices without penalizing and without necessarily, so yeah. Another little point of privilege, they're graduating today. This is their 8th grade graduation.
Congratulations.
They're all going to high school except one. Except she'll be here next year, but the rest of them are going on to high school. So congratulations, very, very heartfelt. Yes. Best of luck.
Thank you, guys.
so much.
See you in July.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Chair, welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Honorable Council members. May I take a personal pleasure to say to these young people, they did an incredible job. And if they are our future, we have a great future ahead. Would you not agree? It's just wonderful, wonderful. On behalf of the Town of Miami Lakes Cultural Affairs Committee, it is my pleasure to present to you a report from our committee. As you know, that the mission of the Town of Miami Cultural Affairs Committee is to promote and current activities within the Town of Miami Lakes for the benefit and education of its citizens and those in the surrounding area. As you know, I think it was 3 meetings ago, we came to you and asked that we add 3 new line items or 3 new activities that we were not included in our 2019-20 fiscal year. And those items were a celebration of Mothers, Pride Month, Juneteenth, and you gave us approval to move forward with that. Unfortunately, because they were not already approved by this body for implementation and there was no funding available to implement these events, we are coming back to you this evening to say, yes, we are going to pursue them, but we have to ask for your authorization to move funds from one line item to another. As you know, that the town's regulation stipulates that in order to move money from a line item to another, it cannot exceed $700. And these requests certainly exceed that. So I would ask you this evening to consider giving us authorization to make the transfer, because the Cultural Affairs Committee was limited in its ability to implement the various events because of the COVID-19. We have considerable amount of dollars left, and we are simply asking to move some of those dollars to these new events that we want to implement. Pride Month, which is something that we have not done before, and it's a celebration, and we are pleased to inform you that the Graham companies have donated a considerable amount of financial support for this event, which will be coming up on June 26th. We are asking to move $1,500 from one of our existing accounts to cover that, and that account would be it would be a concert on the fairway that we had already allocated, I think it was $11,000 for, and because we're not going to be able to do it till later in the year, we wanted to remove $1,500 from that account and move it to the Pride Month. Secondly, the celebration of mothers, the gift of life. We were approved to have an event, and we decided to do a movie in the park. But then the committee felt that the Youth Activity Committee is already doing movies in the park, so we wanted to do something else. And the cost of that was some $3,394. And so we decided that one of our members agreed to fundraise and be able to help underwrite the cost for the celebration of Mother's Gift of Life. And then on June 9th, it's called Juneteenth. It's also known as Freedom Day, Jubilation Day, Liberation Day, and the Emancipation Proclamation is a holiday that was celebrated for freedom. And it was approved in the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863 by then Abraham Lincoln. But it wasn't until 1865 that enslaved people in Galveston, Texas were informed that they had been freed for almost 2.5 years. And so it has now become almost a national holiday. Miami-Dade, I'm pleased to inform you that Miami-Dade County has now made it a paid holiday for its 28,000 employees. And so we are going to celebrate Juneteenth on June 19th, 2021 at 6 p.m. at the Roberto Alonso Community Center. We will have a speaker there, the mayor. Hopefully you will be able to be there as well as council members. And it's just going to be a nice evening of celebrating the jubilation of freed people. We have a minister who is also going to address us, be the keynote speaker, and he is a former Miami Dolphin and has a wonderful church congregation, and he's coming to deliver the keynote address. And then on June 19th, that morning, we will have a father-son-daughter fishing tournament, which will be held at the Miami Lakes Optimist Club, right across from it, called the Marina, Miami Lakes Marina, where we will be giving out items for the fishermen and their children. This is a wonderful event. Last year, we usually have 25 to 30 young people and their fathers and sometimes their mothers to fish. And we give out awards for those who catch the smallest fish to the largest fish. And so we need to make a request to transfer $700 from the Hispanic Heritage line item event, because that's going to be coming up in September. So I ask for your support to make these transfers. Again, we have the dollars in our account. They're just in, as I said, separate line items, and anything over the $700, we have to come to you to get authorization to make those transfers. And as I indicated early on, these three events were not a part of our regular budget for this fiscal year. But because we had limited activities, we do have the funds to cover these three events.
Thank you.
So I thank you for your consideration in this matter.
Thank you, Chairman. We'll take one at a time.
All right.
Juneteenth, I'll make a motion to approve the Juneteenth Freedom Day event.
Second.
Any discussion on the Councilwoman Ferrano?
I have a question. It's going to pertain to all of these, so I don't know if it's, but I guess I'll ask it now because it pertains to Juneteenth as well. Moving forward, are these events that you're going to want to continue to do?
Yes, they are. We will add them to our upcoming 2021-22 fiscal year budget.
Okay, so one of my concerns is that we're reallocating funds, but in the following year, then there's going to be a shortage of funds because there's going to be more events, and some of these things that haven't happened due to COVID are going to happen next year. So did you guys discuss that at all, how you'd like to proceed in the future?
Yes, we are making a request for increase in our budget for the upcoming fiscal year.
Oh, that's a problem.
Yes.
I'm just
remember,
putting it on the record, that's a problem.
Remember, I believe it was 2.5 years ago, we were cut by almost $15,000 to $18,000. And so this past year, or this present year, we're at about $37,000. That was our full budget. The previous 2 years, as I said, was somewhere around $56,000. So we're making a request because we're going to add these three new events.
Right, and that's my concern, right? And I love the idea of bringing new things to the town and discovering new ways to come together. However, I don't want it to then become a staple that then we're going to feel forced to approve in a coming year or to approve a budget. So I just wanted to put that on the record, and it pertains to all of the events. I will tackle them one at a time, but I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you, Neil.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilwoman Morano. On Juneteenth, any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Father's Day fishing tournament, any motions?
Motion.
No, we just added in there, but it's part of the event.
Got it.
It's
Got
Pride
it.
Month.
Juneteenth passed, but they needed,
700.
the 700, the transfer. Got it. Okay. The Pride Month, any motions on the table? Got it. Seeing
I'll
none.
move it.
Is there no second?
Got it. No second.
Okay.
Moving on.
But I would like to take a moment of personal privilege, though, to explain why I didn't second the motion, if I may.
Got it.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Mayor.
I'll do the same right after you.
Perfect, thank you. I just want to explain my thoughts because I do know that we have residents in the town that are from the LGBT community. I know that this is something also that has been recurring now for the second year. My concern with the event is that I really don't know what it is. I'm looking here at the report. It says that every year during the month of June, the LGBT community gathers to celebrate in several different ways. Doesn't explain what those ways are. And then says, we would like to request a transfer of $1,500 from COF Concert on the Fairway to cover the expense of this event. The event is scheduled for, again, none of that tells me what the event is, what the cultural value is. When you were speaking about Juneteenth, you told us exactly what was going to happen there and everything. I'm not sure what's going on with this event other than it seems to be like a cocktail party. And you may recall the direction from or rather the guidance from the council last year was to tie it in with the cultural events such as an art exhibition or something to that effect. But again, the way it's structured right now, I don't know what it is that you're asking us to approve, or the committee, not you yourself, Mr. Chair. And that's my concern with this, and it almost feels as if this was thrown together at the last minute. Willy-nilly. But I also want to state that for me, myself, and, I think some of us have gotten some of the emails from others in the community that may feel differently about these sorts of events. For me, I believe that people that are LGBTQ are people that are born that way. It's not a lifestyle choice. It's not something they willingly choose to be. I think they should be proud to be who they are. And I think that, while these events are good, in terms of highlighting that they exist, because again, we know, for those of us that walk the town know that they live here in our community too, and I want to be supportive of their access to equal rights as every other American does. I just simply, as far as this event, as being a cultural event, I don't see the cultural aspect, and that's where I just feel it doesn't comport with the mission as it's been explained to us, and that's why I just couldn't support it this time around, perhaps in the future. And I just wanted to make that clear to you so you can relay that to the committee, for the public that may be watching, and then also so that my colleagues understand. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. I just want to say some words. To me, it's not about the substance of any event. It goes back to my comments at the last meeting. And Chair, this is not towards you because I know you and I think alike. But when I look at these events, I see, again, two residents come up with ideas. One resident, I guess, has more friends on the committee, and their ideas get immediately approved. The other resident, I'm reading the minutes, and there's discussions on, the other event it fails, and there's discussions on Supreme Court rulings. There's discussions on a bunch of terminologies, and to me, speech is speech. So I would love in the future if whoever presents, if two residents want to present it, we got to move forward. But when it gets into that type of discussion, to me, speech and being able to express yourself is so important. We did the proclamation today for Reynaldo Arenas, and that to me is so important. And speech should not, you just say, hey, you can't present something because I don't agree with it. No, everybody should have that same. So again, my words are the same as the meeting before. I think everybody needs to get, and this is not towards you, Chairman, because I know you and I think alike, but I'm just reading the minutes, and I'm just, I just don't. That's just my take on events, on anything here in the town. But either way, I look forward to the other events that are coming up, and thank you guys for your service. Is there anything else that we need to make motions on?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Look, I need to caution the committee and the council. You guys need to look at the enacting resolution. You have two choices. Either change the resolution or look at what it says. And you have to be really careful as to some of the activities that you're putting on. By the way, I support each one of these causes. These are legitimate causes. But we're talking about a cultural affairs committee that was created to establish a cultural identity and activities that will further the development of a climate of art, music, theater, recreational classes, etc. That's the enacting resolution. There's some other resolutions up, changing the size of the committee, lowering and raising and everything else. But that's where you guys are. So those activities need to fit within that, or you need to change the resolution. But, we're getting close here with some of these activities. If they're a part of this, I don't even know that some of them even make it into this, but they're all very questionable. And once again, I'm saying questionable as far as this resolution, not as far as my support for any of them. My support for them is without question. But I got to caution you guys.
Yeah, and I think that was the gist of the remarks I was trying to make, which is I just don't see, at least based on the way it's been described, how it comports with the committee's core mission. So it's not about getting to the substance per se of the event so much as it is, or to the extent that I am, it's about whether it comports with the mission of the committee, not about the message or anything like that, because again, for the reasons I put on the record at the last meeting, we need to be careful about crossing over any First Amendment lines. But again, just wanted to clarify that is exactly where my head was, Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Thank you, Councilmember Dieguez. Thank you, Chair. Is there anything else?
No, sir.
The Father's Day, was it? Yep, that one's not on there. Okay, anything else, Mr. Chair?
Does it. Thank you. And we will govern ourselves accordingly based on what you have just shared with us, Mr. Town Attorney, and we will certainly follow the letter of the resolution to be ensured that we don't have any rubs. Thank you. Any other questions or comments you need?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you all so very much for your consideration and support for the various events that you have approved this evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for your work. Yep. We really appreciate you. We're moving on to the consent calendar. I pulled item 10C. Just wanted to make a point. And I'm sure the agent and broker of record for our insurance services, I'm sure they're watching. I like to see our town just maybe go into a bigger pool, provide better services at similar costs, and I think that's the way to do it when we jump into a bigger pool. And I'm sure Cynthia Alejo, who does a great job, I'm sure she's gonna do that. So that's something to me that's very important. I know years ago we were part of the county pool, and that really not only lowered costs but provided a lot of benefits to our employees who deserve them. So just wanted to make that point on the record, and I'm sure they're going to do a great job, as our HR director does a great job every day. Just make a motion to approve item 10C.
Motion.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion on that? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. The consent calendar. Any motions on the table for the consent calendar?
I'll move it.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to ordinances in second reading. This is a public hearing, item 12A.
An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, relating to transportation regulations, amending Chapter 35, Streets, Sidewalks, and Other Public Places, Article 3, Communication Facilities and Public Right-of-Way at Division 7, Dockless Mobility, relocating Division 7, Dockless Mobility, creating Chapter 20, Transportation, creating Article 1, Multimodal Transportation, recreating and amending Division 5, Micromobility Devices, permitting and regulating the placement and use of micromobility devices on the town's rights-of-way, introducing flexibility for implementation, providing for findings of fact, intent, and purpose, providing for regulations, providing for repeal of laws in conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion into the code, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. This is a public hearing. Item 12A. Any members from the public wishing to speak? Madam Clerk, online or here in person, any members of the public wishing to speak? Going once, going twice, seeing none. The public hearing is closed. Are there any motions on the table?
I'll move to adopt the proposed ordinance.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Mr. Manager?
Nope. This is the ordinance, the enacting ordinance for the micromobility program. As we've spoken to you last month, as well as in our briefings, this is the skeleton. The meat will be put on the bones next month when we present to you the resolution with a lot more of the detail. This is the structure that will allow the program to exist.
So, George, if you want to just come, I just have a question for you. I mean, obviously, we won't get into details of companies, this and that, but I just want to know for my colleagues and myself, because I don't know where the industry's at the moment, because a while back we had two companies here in the town. It was a very popular program, and I don't know where they pulled out. They said, hey, we're not providing this type of structure anymore, and where's the industry at? Maybe don't get into like specific companies. I'm sure staff will get into it, but where's the industry at overall when it comes to micromobility?
And I can only speak, thank you for that, and I can only speak as to Wheels, but I can give you a brief summary of where the industry is right now, at least in South Florida. In South Florida, currently, the city of Miami has a pilot. I believe the RFP will probably be presented to the City of Miami Commission on June 24th. The City of Miami pilot has 7 operators, so and it's limited to what you call scooters, basically. The difference with my client's device is that we're a seated scooter. We have a seat, a saddle. Throughout Florida, I believe the city of Orlando has a pilot. The city of Tampa currently selected operators for an RFP, and the city of Coral Gables also has a program ongoing with 2 operators. As to the state of the industry, I could tell you that, I mean, you're going to have your big operators, and you're going to have your nascent operators. There's a multitude of operators currently trying to get into every market that allows them to get into. But that's where we are right now. So if you were to ask me what's the biggest city in South Florida, or what's the city in South Florida that has the strongest program, it's probably the city of Miami. It's been going on for 2 years, about to go into an RFP. Hopefully that RFP is approved by the commission. So that's where we are right now.
Got it. No, thank you very much. I just appreciate that expert, especially from the private sector, that perspective. Any questions of George? If not, we'll go ahead and, you do, no? I do, but of staff. Got it, staff. All right, thanks, George.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. And I do want to thank Mr. Informe and George. You took some time out of your day to sit with me and really gave me a high-level view of not just the product, but of everything that comes with it, you know. And some of the things that came out of my meeting, at least, again, with you, was, you know, my focus has been on safety. And, you know, I had an opportunity to see the commitment that your company has to safety. You actually incorporate a bike helmet into the device. And I don't know of any of the other competitors, but I had the opportunity to see your device in Mr. Zayas' office. And I like that feature. I like the fact, because in this ordinance, we're removing the requirement from our previous ordinance. I think our previous ordinance required a helmet. We're kind of withdrawing that. So I liked the fact that your device comes with a helmet built in. And again, I think that's a safety feature that was important to us the first time that we passed this. And I appreciate the fact that your device has that on there. I asked you a question. Is there any other suburb that you know of, right? I consider Miami Lakes a suburb where this has been deployed. And you said, no, this is really in business districts or in places where we have I guess, a lot of impact or foot traffic. So I would like that to be part of this, right, where it's not necessarily where we're going to have these bikes maybe strewn, because I have talked to some of these other areas where these devices are deployed, and the residents that are coming back with maybe criticism of it is when they're left on the side of the road. And you told me what your company does to make sure you're good stewards of the device. Somebody comes every day, swaps out the battery packs, and you kind of watch out for the devices. So those are the things that I'm hearing that kind of I would like to see addressed. And that's when Mike, Mr. Zayas, you and I had our meeting. So as we go through this, and again, the other part of safety, I saw that we have a 16-year-olds can rent these devices and use them in this provision. I saw some cities have caps at 18-year-olds. again, I don't know if anybody else has taken the time to jump into this item as I have, but being the old man, and I think I said that to you when we met, maybe I'm a little bit more cautious, but being those were my concerns, are there anything that we can do with this ordinance now, or is it something that you still recommend that we can address through resolution?
So basically, what we have in the ordinance are mirroring Florida statutes, you know. So we have there basically the bounds that Florida law allows municipalities to pursue, you know. In the resolution, we are going to create some details about some of the clauses that you are mentioning that we can easily change it from time to time without having to have an ordinance. So the ordinance, again, is very general because it's following best practices from other ordinances from other municipalities as well as Florida statutes. What we would like to see in Miami Lakes, then it will be addressed by resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Zayas.
Any further discussion on this ordinance in second reading? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ordinance in second reading, item 12A. Councilmember Diegues.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Collazo.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The ordinance in second reading passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to 12B. Mr. Attorney.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, authorizing the issuance of not to exceed $15,500,000 aggregate principal amount of stormwater utility system revenue bonds, Series 2021, to provide funds together with other available monies to finance the costs of improvement to the town's stormwater utility system, providing that details, terms, and other matters relating to the issuance of the bonds shall be established or provided for in a supplemental bond resolution, providing that the bonds will be secured and payable from the net proceeds of the town's stormwater utility system, as more specifically described in the supplemental bond resolution, authorizing the town manager to proceed to develop the necessary documents to sell and issue the bonds, and to determine the specific details of the bonds within the parameters set forth in the supplemental bond resolution, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Any motions on, this is a public hearing. Item 12B is a public hearing. Item 12B is a public hearing. Anyone online want to speak? Anyone in person want to speak? It is a public hearing. Item 12B, it is an ordinance in second reading. Seeing none, going once, going twice, the public hearing is closed.
I will move the item, Mr. Mayor.
There's a motion.
Second.
And a second. Mr. Manager, anything you want to add?
Nope.
Got it. Any discussion, council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Diegues.
Thank you. And I just wanted to, through the chair to the manager, just to answer Ms. Mendez's comments from earlier, since I was the one that did address her and say it would be in addition to. I'm assuming that to the extent that Royal Oaks First Edition has been now funded by the state, that portion will, that was allocated for it or accounted for in the bond will obviously be reallocated to some other area of need, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I'd have to look and see because there's probably maybe there's multiple projects in some of the areas. So I'd have to see if the project that got funded by the state is one that was on the $15.5 million list. If it is, then that funding of $440,000 that we're going to get from the state, then it'll be another project will come into the $15.5 million. If you remember, we had the extent of the quote-unquote drainage problem was $54.8 million. So there's another ready project next in line, ready to be substituted for the state appropriation.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And just to close on my part, obviously last time I believe the mayor and I were the ones that voted against it, or at least we took a vote that was against it as far as, we just felt that there should be a vote of the people ultimately because of the size of the bond, even though it was not a general obligation bond. With that said, I'll be voting to advance the item tonight as we all agree that there is an important need for this item. And obviously, I can read the room, and I'm not going to relitigate something that's already been decided.
Thank you, Councilman Diegues. Any further discussion? Council, any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ordinance in second reading, item 12B. Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano. Yes. Councilmember Diegues.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Collazo.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
Ordinance in second reading passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to item 12C. This is an ordinance in second reading. Item 12C.
An
This
ordinance,
is- Yes.
I'm sorry, an ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, providing for a short-term interfund loan from unrestricted general fund balance to capital funds in an amount not to exceed $2,500,000, providing for transfer of funds, providing for expenditure of funds, providing for amendments, providing for conflicts, authorizing the town manager to take all actions necessary to implement the terms and conditions of this ordinance, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Anyone from the public wishing to speak on item 12C? Anyone from the public wishing to speak on item 12C? 12C online. If you're online, just unmute yourself and jump in. If you're online, you can do that. If you're here in person, you could jump onto the, come on up to the podium here and say a few words. This is a public hearing. Seeing nobody coming up, going once, going twice. Public hearing is closed. Mr. Attorney, anything you want to add on this item?
Nope.
I will move the item, Mr. Mayor.
I'll second
Lorenzo.
it.
Anything
Got it.
you want to, yeah.
Any further discussion on this item, Council? Vice Mayor? Oh, no?
I'm pressing
Got it. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ordinance in second reading, item 12C. Councilmember Diegues.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Collazo.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
Ordinance in second reading passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to 13A. We're heading into resolutions. 13A, Mr. Attorney.
A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, modifying the budget approved by ordinance number 20-269, authorizing the town manager to take all action necessary to implement the terms and conditions of this resolution, providing for incorporation of recitals, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Anything you want to add, Mr. Manager, on item 13A?
No, sir, but I'll answer any questions that you may have.
Are there any motions on the table?
I'll move the item.
Second.
Discussion, council. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Item 13A. Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Diegues.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Collazo.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
No.
The motion passes. Item 13A.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're moving on to new business items. Item 14A, Councilman Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. This item I spoke to Ed about in our briefing, and I commended him and his staff on the communication that they have with us. I just mentioned to him that one opportunity for growth is that, I don't know about you guys, but I feel like with new projects, new business items, things get moved here, and then they're in, we don't get updates or we don't know where we are. Some of those projects are, the Brianna Fountain, the rebranding on the town entry. So I just spoke to Ed, and a good example of it was yesterday. To encourage proactivity from staff and whom he wants to delegate that to just, keep the council, including the mayor, up to speed with these upcoming projects. Some of them can be recreational, some of them can be infrastructure. Some of these items can be updated in the infrastructure report, a simple email, a simple text, a group chat. I'm comfortable with any means of communication, but we spoke about that, and he acted on it, and I saw firsthand yesterday, what I want to see from him and his team, and I feel comfortable. So it was just, to express that and to make sure that we're all updated on all these projects as they keep moving along. I even told them, hey, what percentage of is the striping done or whatever. It's just, to continue the communication and transparency on projects and new business items that have been approved.
You needed a motion? You made a motion for that? Or is just making a point overall?
I don't think this is something that has to pass unless you guys feel strongly that for the record, you want to pass this and make sure it's passed, and it passes to give them direction. But I don't think it needs a motion unless somebody disagrees.
No, I definitely think after action is important. I think even Councilman Morano has an item on that, and some other folks have had items on that in the past. So I'm fine with it. Yes, Mr. Manager.
Yeah, we have an after-action report, which is a spreadsheet of all of the items that have been addressed at the council meeting that are still pending. And we could send that to you maybe a week or so before every council meeting. And that, together with the infrastructure report, which by then will have been published, those two items should contain any and all projects / new business items, anything really that you have a question about or that you want to get an update on should be contained in one of those two documents. So we'll make sure to email that out to the entire council approximately a week or so before the council meeting so you can digest it. And if you have questions, you obviously are always welcome to contact me or Tony, and we'll be more than happy to get you an answer.
Anyone else? If not, I guess Councilman Alvarez, you're happy with that explanation, and so we don't need a motion?
Yeah, look, a motion to make sure that the manager and staff communicate with the council and the mayor on progress from new business items and ongoing projects that have been approved by the council.
I'll second that. Discussion, council, seeing none?
Well, since we're
Yes,
here,
Councilman Diegues.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Councilman Alvarez, I'm sure the mayor had this conversation with you at the start of our terms. I know he met with all of us, the incoming class, individually at different Sunshine meetings. And I remember one of the things that he told us was that, that he always challenged me, and he said, I need you to be active and to bring new energy and to challenge staff and to, because if not, some things might, whether, I'm not saying it was intentional, but sometimes it could fall through the cracks. And so if we're not on top of it, it'll just be in limbo somewhere. So for example, not to knock the town attorney, but we had an item, for example, today where it was like, hey, what's going on with this? And we found out where it was, and it's going to be on the next agenda, but sometimes it requires our own active push. My concern is that lately, in the last few months, we've approved so many different new reports that I just feel it's going to reach a point where it's going to be a little too much for us. I'm going to support it because I heard you mention that, one of the ways that this can be accomplished is by lumping it into an existing report. But I just want us to be mindful about, let's not have a report for every little thing they want to get done. I think that a lot of it does fall to us to be able to advance it, as the mayor himself said, and I think that's great advice. But I'll be supporting it to advance it, especially because I do think that some of these reports, these follow-up items, can be included in infrastructure and some of these other reports that are already existing.
I think it'll help the council. Like, look, all of us wear multiple hats here. I'll be honest with you. I don't want a lengthy email. I don't have time to read that. I want like a recap. Like, give me a couple of bullets. Striping, 80% is done of the white striping, 10% of the yellow striping. This is where we're at with the pedestrian crosswalks. Like, just because I don't know about you guys, but I honestly, between all the emails that I have from all the different things that I do, like, I don't want another email. I want something simple, bullet points, a couple words. I could glance through it when I'm getting out of the shower, coming into a council meeting, eating, watching TV, like something that I can just go through and say, oh, here's where we're at with that. All right, good. Like, where are we with the mountain bike trails? Where are we with, I want something like what you sent me yesterday. I'm good with that. Something simple. I'm good with text messages too. I'm good with group chats. Unless you guys want a lengthy email, I don't care for that. I want something just simplified. Just give me an update, and that's it.
Yeah, it'll be hyper concise, and it'll just be a one-page spreadsheet, and you can follow down with the name of the item. you find it, because it's hard for me, we can't read minds, right? So I don't know what's of interest to you or important to you versus one of your colleagues. So we'll send you everything that's outstanding, that's pending, that still hasn't been completed, and it'll be a one-pager, and you can follow right down, you can find it, and it'll be in boxes. You can see what the update is. The update is probably a sentence or two at most, and then you'll be able to find any project you're interested in and a real concise explanation of its status.
Yeah, Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that the more information that we get is always better for all of us. And I agree with Councilman Alvarez. I don't really always have a lot of time to keep up with all of those things. And that is why we have competent staff members in this building that all have a duty and a responsibility to get what we approve up here done. I don't want to babysit anybody. I don't want to find out why it's been 4 months, why something isn't done. I don't want to have to bring things back and talk about them to death. I just want them to get done. So to be honest, I think the reports are great, and I appreciate them. And whenever you send us a little message when something gets done, it kind of triggers our memory. When I have questions, I call you, and there is not one time that I call the manager that he is not ready and willing to answer any question that I have. So I commend you for always being available on weekends, anytime that I reach out. But as far as for me, what I really want is for staff to get the job done. That's it. If we tell you up here that tomorrow we want the chairs rearranged in a circle, when I walk in tomorrow, I just want the chairs in a circle. I don't want you to tell me how it's going. I don't want you to tell me why it's not done. I just want it done. So, I mean, that's just, for me, I think that, we're up here to legislate. We're up here to give direction, and staff is here to perform. And that should just be the way that it works, with or without the reports. I appreciate all of the information, but ultimately, we just want things to get done, expedited as quickly as possible. Absolutely. Thank you.
Any further discussion on this, council? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. The next item's mine. I'm thinking I'm just gonna leave, when is the budget cycle?
The first workshop for the new budget Melissa stepped out. It should be now in July, next month. I think the first workshop is in July. I don't have the calendar in front of me.
Yeah, it's a bit more germane to the budget process, so if everybody's okay, obviously I know that once I put it on an item, it belongs to the body, but if everybody's okay, I'm just gonna roll it over to that workshop, and I wanna have the discussion there, because it's more germane when we're talking about that.
July 15th is a sunshine meeting on budget.
Yep.
July
It's your
15th, right. It's Vice Mayor's birthday, right? And then I believe that the following week, we have like a special call.
So if there's no objection, I'm gonna roll this item over to that, because it is germane, if everybody's okay with that. Got it? You got it, Madam Clerk? All right, so I'll move that item to then. It's a bit more germane to that. We're on to the next item, 14D. Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is on the heels of all of the discussion that we had last month regarding the new mask mandates, the going back to normal, the chambers being full, residents and guests being able to come in here without masks. And I didn't understand the impact of it until we walked in here today, and the plexiglass is gone, and our friends are back on the dais, and we are doing things normally again. So it kind of has like an even better feeling than I thought that it would have. We said we were going to do it last month, but it really impacted me when I walked in today, and some of our speakers that hadn't come for a little bit are back, and everybody was in here, and it was just a wonderful, wonderful feeling. So we talked about the rules for the staff, right? And we agreed that the staff members would continue to wear masks, working upstairs, et cetera, et cetera. As I went to Publix and to Winn-Dixie and to Macy's and to a whole bunch of places and didn't have to wear my mask and felt really good about it, and read up on the CDC guidelines for vaccinated individuals who are pretty much, advised to go back to their regular lives. And if you're vaccinated, you don't have to wear a mask. And if you're around other vaccinated people, you don't have to wear a mask. The more I read about it and I looked at the cases, and the number of cases has dropped significantly. Director of the CDC actually says that we're in the best place that we can possibly be. I was thinking of going and talking to you guys about perhaps some of our staff members that have been vaccinated having the ability to walk around freely, not wear a mask. But I think that as I read through all of this, I'm going in a different direction. I would really like to propose that we give our staff members the same freedoms that we've given the residents that are coming in here today, the same freedoms that we're enjoying up here on this dais, that we get to interact without masks. I was going to go in a different direction, but right now I really like to make a motion to allow staff members who do not want to wear a mask for whatever reason, either because they're vaccinated or because they've already had COVID and have natural antibodies, or just simply feel that they feel less constricted without a mask, to allow them to do that at their discretion. That would be my motion.
I'll second the motion.
Discussion, council? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Hey, Mr. Mayor.
Wait. Before you do that, Mr. Mayor, I do need to touch this point. This is not an issue really where we can create new rules or regulations. This is an issue that's already being regulated by OSHA. By OSHA standards, we're not allowed at this time to go ahead and allow our members not to wear masks. Why? Because COVID is considered a dangerous, almost like a dangerous instrumentality. It's a different word that OSHA particularly uses. The manager has been persistent, and we've done a lot of research. Raul's looked at the research, Ed has looked at the research, we've all collaborated, and we've been doing that the past week. CDC did change its guidelines, but OSHA hasn't. OSHA has asked for those guidelines to be reviewed in light of CDC's guidelines. And the problem is that at this point, we really can't pick and choose between members that are vaccinated or are not vaccinated to not wear masks. If we do that, then we run the risk of violating OSHA at this time.
So we're not allowed to.
What was the motion? Hold on, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt. What was your motion? I just want.
My motion was to remove the mask mandate for all staff members.
Yeah, that's a problem under OSHA at this time.
Can you make it optional?
Well, right. If any staff member wants to continue to wear their mask just like anywhere else, they would absolutely be allowed to do so. It's not that they can't wear it. But for those that choose not to, they should have the freedom not to. I mean, we're enjoying that freedom up here right now.
We are. This is
So we kind of have a second class of citizens, right? If you're employed by us, you don't have freedoms that we get to share. So I'm not quite understanding that.
Can we revisit this in a little while, move on to another item, and then let me have a discussion with them?
Sure, you want to table this?
Just for a little while, not for the whole night.
So,
I mean, just not to another meeting, just for a little while. Will I have a discussion with them?
Sure.
All right.
I'll motion to table this item.
Or maybe just to pass it.
Yeah, what I meant is.
Because if you lay it on the table, we got to have a motion to pick it back up from the table. You know.
I didn't study the passive.
So we'll come, no worries. We'll come back to this item later. We'll move on to the next item. Item 14E, I'll make a motion to waive the rule.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Item 14E, Councilman Fernandez.
All right, Mayor, thank you very much. So this item is on the heels of the tragic shooting that happened Memorial Day weekend, less than a mile, from our municipal boundary, and the spirit of the item. I know we're progressing with the implementation of our LPRs, but the spirit of the item is to work with the League of Cities and work with Miami-Dade County to create a cohesive county-wide LPR system where the system speaks, across different municipalities where LPR hits in, for example, an LPR hit coming, out of an LPR exiting Hialeah northbound would alert our officers as well, right? One of the facts that's come out in the heels of that shooting is that they did, in fact, as is alarmingly common with some of these violent crimes, a stolen vehicle was used, right? And a stolen vehicle is one of the most one of the things that LPRs is most effective at catching, right? That vehicle was reported stolen 2 weeks before the incident happened. Had we had a more elaborate and cohesive LPR system, the chances of that vehicle being flagged at some point in those 2 weeks, quite possibly we would be looking at, deterring that crime altogether had that vehicle been stopped before the commission of that crime. So that's the spirit of my item, to work with the League of Cities and to work with Miami-Dade County to work towards a county-wide LPR system.
Second that.
Any discussion on this?
Yes.
Council? Yes, Councilman Diegues.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to read into the record what the county is currently already doing, which is already heading in this step. As of today, when they had their special meeting to discuss Mayor Living Cava's Peace and Prosperity Plan, they are approving 190 new license plate readers, and there are 50 more on the way. So it seems as if they are certainly embarking on this path. I don't think that on the League of Cities that there'll be opposition to going this direction. And you know, the last thing I'll say in closing is usually there are a lot of privacy advocates that have concern about what having a traffic light, or rather an LPR in your community, will mean. But I think it's safe to say that when we look at social media and the amount of information that we give them just by the interactions we have on there, the photos we post, et cetera, we give more information to these private companies than we do to the government by way of these license plate readers, which I would argue is very similar to just what we do with the toll-by plate. So we already, you know, this system to me does not violate any of my privacy principles that I hold near and dear to my heart, and I'm glad to support the item, but I just wanted to put on the record that the county is already heading this direction, and I'll be happy as our representative on the League of Cities to go ahead and push this to get something from them, to get more action from them on the city level to move in this direction.
Got it. Yeah, I'm in full support. I think the county doing that is heading in the right direction and partnering with us, and I'm sure you could ask the major, the vast majority of crimes that happen in our town, in our area, it's usually stolen vehicles, stolen tags, you know, so the LPRs would be humongous. My only fear with the county doing that is that the county takes forever. Their bureaucracy is, like, it's really bad. It's gotten to a point that, I mean, you ask them a question, hey, can we put up banners on 67th Avenue without advertising? And they'll take 3 years to respond to you. So, I mean, so I hope, you know, we can work something out, some sort of partnership, and get them done as soon, because we need them. So I can tell you that much. Any further discussion on this, council? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. I'll make a motion to waive the rule on item 14F.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Item 14F.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And the item, I think, is self-explanatory from what I put in the memorandum, but just to briefly summarize it, the intent here is to do two things: to expand the availability of 5G in the town of Miami Lakes, and secondly, to add more revenue to our budget in a way that's not so dependent on the taxpayers. And I don't know exactly what the results of the study will be as far as whether this is feasible or not, but the goal here is to identify certain facilities such as town poles that we outright own and making them available for rent. I believe that this might in some ways actually be a cheaper option for some of the providers, the communications providers, because instead of having to build out a whole microcell tower like what we see on Miami Lakeway South, they can put a smaller sort of relay, if you will, on one of our poles, and so that saves them on the construction costs. And so I think there's some opportunity here for them and for us that's worth looking into. This program was something that I was approached with a few years back, and now that I'm actually on the council, I'm looking forward to trying to see whether it's something that's feasible in the town or not. And if it's not, then we move on. If it is, then great. Then we take another step toward monetizing some of our assets and also expanding the availability of 5G in the town, which is great for our businesses, great for our consumers, and will ultimately assist us with our smart cities master plan. So I approve and I urge its adoption, and I move the item as laid out.
Second.
Any discussion on this, council? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Next item, 14G, that's my item, hurricane resilience. A couple years back, this council made some great moves, changing the code to allow for metal roofs, and you're seeing that pop up over and over around town. For allowing eco roofs, more and more people are going that option as those options become more affordable. But I would like to ask staff to take a deeper dive into our code, specifically to look for opportunities to assist our residents with hurricane resilience. I mean, be it just looking at fences, this, that, just everything. I think it's really important, seeing that homeowner insurance rates are going up, specifically the windstorm portion. Anything that we can do to assist our residents and make their lives easier is something that we've done in the past, and it would be great. So my motion is just to direct staff to look into our code for ways to make the town more hurricane resilient.
Second.
Discussion on this, council? Discussion on this, council? See none? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. We're on to the next item, 14H, Councilman Ruano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this item came about when we had our parliamentarian workshop. I asked the parliamentarian about rules on attendance, and we were told, it was only the mayor, the vice mayor, and myself that were here, but we were told that that was something that we had to specify ourselves, that this body had to determine what our attendance rules would be. So we read the charter, and the charter talks about absenteeism, but it doesn't really define it. It talks about being absent, but it doesn't really define it. So I had asked the legal department to look into it to let us know what in fact constitutes you being absent at a meeting. Some of us from time to time are late, or some of us leave early, and so we really don't have that definition. So I was reading through the legal opinion from the attorney. I don't know if everyone has it in hand, but basically the legal opinion states that that we would just use the word absent as it is written in the dictionary. So whatever absent means in the dictionary, I guess, is how we would define that. It still doesn't really address my concern. I know that there's a couple of examples of other municipalities or other bodies, such as the Board of County Commissioners, that they stipulate a 70%, a 75% attendance, that kind of thing. I don't know if this is something that we want to move forward and continue to try to figure out, or if we want to let it be from what it states here. As an elected body, we would be the ones that would enforce it anyway, if we ever wanted to move forward with enforcing something like that. If anyone would want to bring that up, I don't have the desire to do that. I'm concerned with the Florida statutes that mandates that everyone that serves on a governmental body has to vote on every item that comes before us. So that's the only concern that I have, is that we're mandated to do that. So I don't know when we're in violation of that or when we're not. Again, I don't know if there's any appetite to continue to dig into this. This is sufficient for me, I guess, based on what the attorney has given us. It's sufficient for me. I would like to maybe just ask that one question, right? Like, are we in violation of Florida statute if we're not voting on something and we're not absent? I guess that's the only gray area. I don't know if my colleagues have any more questions, but that's the gray area that remains for me.
Okay. May I?
Sure,
Yep.
absolutely.
Okay. That question I wasn't expecting, but I'll answer it anyway. I'll answer it anyway, no problem. Florida law is, if you're here, you got to vote. You can't come up with a conflict or something like that when there really isn't one. You got to vote. So I'm hoping I answered that question. Okay. As far as the memo that we wrote, our charter provision is not unique on that issue. The Weiss-Serota firm, and by the way, this is not a critique of the provision. The Weiss-Serota firm used a similar charter for almost every new city, probably starting right around 2000 or so. So it's in the memo. There's 4 or 5 of us that have the same exact identical language. We've had, 3 charter review committees, and it never came up. The problem we have is that it's in the charter. So the word absent, the way I'm seeing it and reviewing it literally, is you're either absent or you're not. You have, if the term is not defined, which other cities have done, where they've defined what absent means. In our charter, because it's not defined, you have to go with the common definition of the term. To me, and I'm being a little repetitive here, you're either absent or you're not. So if you're here for part of the meeting, you were partially absent, but you weren't absent. If, you know, if you're uncomfortable with the language, personally, I think we have to change the charter provision. I know that Doral has attempted to do something using the identical language. I'm not sure it'll hold up. It'll probably never come up, but it may, because you got to remember the way the situation works is I think you got to miss 3 in 12 months or 3 consecutive. So in other words, if a year overlaps and you miss 3 consecutive, then it comes before you to determine in your discretion whether there was good cause. So first the council member has to be absent, then it's got to come before you, then you have to kick him out, and then is probably when the issue would arise in court, I would imagine. Or if someone actually filed a lawsuit to say, hey, you need to kick this guy out, I could see that scenario as well. But I think the first one would be what's governed. So I don't know that it'll ever be litigated, because for it to come up, you know, is an issue. And, you know, to kick one of your colleagues off, and, you know, in good cause is, you know, something that you guys would determine. So I'm not sure, but that's my opinion, and I hope I've answered everybody's question on that issue.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Attorney. And that, my response to the residents will be that absent is the definition in the dictionary, and that's that. And then as far as Florida statutes, that's not something that we're responsible for governing, correct? If we're not voting, it's not.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman, what exactly is
With
the
regards
question?
to the mandate that if you're an elected official, you have to vote on items.
That's true.
That's not something that we have to govern here. That would be up to a resident to bring up with a higher body.
Well, the resident or a prosecutor. I think if I'm not mistaken, towards the very end of our charter, there's a provision that if there's a charter violation, the Dade State Attorney's Office brings an action to do whatever. If I'm not mistaken, that's at the very end of our charter.
Okay.
That's true, but I think you're referring to the particular section of the statute that says that every elected person has a responsibility to vote on items. Is that what you're referring to?
Correct. Where you have a duty to your constituents to be present and to vote on items, and that's the concern, right? That's the concern that's being relayed to me. Is, you know, we want you to be there. We want you to vote. We want to know your opinions. That's what the residents want to see.
Correct.
So that is up to them to take up with a different agency or with a different, like, it's not up to.
So 2 things on what on what I think you're saying. First off, yes, the Florida law, and I don't remember the statute off the top of my head, but I have read it before, where it does require that every elected person, when you're up there on the dais, you have a responsibility to vote. And if you are not going to vote, it's because you have a conflict of interest.
Correct.
And you have to state that conflict, what it is, and recuse yourself. If not, you need to vote.
Correct.
Florida law also provides, and the charter also states, that residents have the right to recall any of you. And there's provisions in Florida law that allow for residents to do a recall if that's their desire. So the reason that the charter is and has so much weight and it can't be amended easily is because it's really a creature of the residents. The only way that the charter can be amended is by referendum. So if something's in the charter, you're not allowed to change it. The residents can change it, and they can do that on themselves by a petition, or they can do that, you guys can request for a charter change and for a charter amendment. So there's different mechanisms that residents have to either change the charter if that's their wish, or you can do that and request that. And again, it's got to be taken back to the people, and the people have to vote, or they can recall.
Right. It was, at least it was my opinion, right, that this could be included in our special rules, that something defining absence or what we considered absence, just like we've made changes to whether or not you can participate via Zoom or whether or not you can vote on the phone or, you know, that you have to have quorum in person, but you can actually participate if you're not here. Those changes have been made because the charter states that we can control our procedures. So I thought that this was one of the things that we could include in that, right? At what we considered being present or being absent.
The challenge with what you're proposing is that the charter in that section in particular defines absent and forfeiture by absence. No, that's,
Right.
that's what the title is. Doesn't provide any mechanism for you to define any additional procedures or do anything else with that section other than just follow what it says. You know, you're judge and jury, you guys get to decide, I'm sorry, saying you guys, the council gets to decide whether or not a person has good excuse for being absent or they don't after they've missed 3 meetings, but the word absent doesn't provide any further meaning than just absent. So in order to be able to amend it to mean something else and to mean extreme tardiness or not present at a particular point in the meeting or not present for a certain point in time in the meeting, you need to revisit the charter and that term in particular that's there. If you define it, okay, in your special rules, you are amending the charter because now you're taking the word absent and you're expanding the word to mean extreme tardiness or not being present for a certain part of the meeting. And so by doing so, you would be offending that provision or that statute that says that any certain provisions in the charter, in order to be amended, have to be amended pursuant to, I think it's 166031, and it requires a referendum.
Okay, well, either way, there's no appetite on this council. There's definitely no appetite on my behalf to remove any council member for anything like that. So what I wanted was to get a clear definition. I don't have one. I really don't feel like it's clear, right? Because absent, I can come in here and I can press the button and say present, and then I'm no longer absent, right? Technically, if you're here for roll call, then you're not absent by definition of the dictionary. It depends on which definition you read, right? Because there's other definitions that say that even if you're like distracted, you're absent, right? So if you read through all of these definitions, this makes it even more vague than it was before. But in any event, I don't feel the need to continue. I don't know what my colleagues want to do, but I don't feel the need to continue to hash this out. This is enough for me to answer the questions that have come my way. And if there's ever a need to do something, or there's ever a problem in this council or in the future, I guess future councils can figure it out. Thank you so much.
No problem, Council.
Mr. Mayor, I don't know if there's any other comment.
I see the Vice Mayor wants
Yeah,
to jump.
I'll make my piece with this item because I was there with you, Councilwoman Morano, and with Mayor Sid during that workshop. And it came up as a curiosity on your part, but the person who I thought kind of really needed an answer was our town clerk, because I think what happened is we stumped her, right? And one of the things I've learned to appreciate about Ms. Nguanzo is how precise she is with her answers. And I think she prides herself on being meticulous in her record keeping and with her precision. And I think that's an attribute that we should all be proud of. So when we stumped her, and at that point in time, she says, maybe this is something that the council should codify. I thought we were doing her a service. I thought we were doing the town a service to kind of move forward. I've never taken this item to be a dig at any of our colleagues. I have no appetite on removing anybody. I believe that we are all putting in equal time, and I never took it as that. I took it as a query to try to find out how can we be more precise. And if it's a chart, like you said, if we're going to leave it as is, but it's still vague, right? And it's been an issue in other cities, right? With the city of Miami's done it. By the way, Mr. Attorney, in your research, have any of those other cities done it through charter referendum, or have they done it through, how have they done it in the cities that you cited in your memo? And I'm sorry, I don't.
No, that's okay. So most of the cities that I cited discuss forfeiture by absence, and they do not define the term absent per se. They do define absence in their code of ordinances, but in the code of ordinances, absence is defined as applied to boards and committees, not to the council themselves. And I think that's a challenge. This is not really an issue that's really that I could find has been brought up in many cities. Most cities do not have forfeiture by absence statutes. The ones that I was able to find that did, I list them there, but off the top of my head is Fort Lauderdale has one. That's pretty strict. Theirs is very clear. You miss the meetings, you're automatically out. Pembroke Pines has one as well. They are automatically out, but they give you the right for a public hearing. Doral, Weston, and us, and one more city I'm trying to remember, have very similar ordinances, which basically, or charter provisions, would basically put everything on the council. The council is a judge and jury. It's not an automatic out. You have discretion. You can hear if there's good cause, and the persons that have been accused have the right to a public hearing. Then you have other cities, right, like the city of Hialeah. So city of Hialeah is a great example, and Councilman Dieguez did ask me a question. So if you look at the charter of the city of Hialeah, it says that the council can discipline its own members. Right, so the charter's already giving you the reason and the mechanism to be able to create your own rules. By saying that it gets to discipline its own members, then you can create rules to discipline those members, because the charter provides that provision. But the problem that we have in ours is that the portion of the charter that discusses forfeiture by absence doesn't say that the council gets to create additional rules or additional definitions for those terms. If it did, then you could. There's other provisions in the charter, I believe, that discuss the selection of managers or the selection of the attorney. In those two instances, it says that the council shall create an ordinance that will create the procedure. There, it's very clear what the people that voted, the residents that voted for that charter amendment meant. It meant to give you the power to create an ordinance to provide for clear direction on how you select a manager and attorney. But with regards to the forfeiture by absence, it doesn't provide that. That's the issue you have before you. Now, it can be changed simply, but the mechanism that you can further define it, I'm not saying you can't, you can, but it's got to be done through a charter amendment.
And I don't know, maybe I misunderstand, but when I read here in the council minutes and procedures, right, I guess meeting procedures, I'm sorry, not minutes, meeting procedures, it says that the council shall determine its own rules.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, that's a rule. You got to be here, or you don't, or you have to be here half the time, or you have to be here all the time. That's a rule. So it almost seems to me like it's a rule, just like when we adopted the ability to vote over the phone, or the ability to via Zoom, or, I mean, to me, it's clear. Now, I know that the last time that we discussed this, the majority of my colleagues had no interest in even talking about it, that it wasn't important. Right. To me, it's very important. I try to be here as much as I can, so I don't think that it'll ever be something that affects me, but any one of us can possibly be, removed, or actually even try to be removed because of something that's not defined. So we don't really know when we come in here whether we're present or absent. So I think that it's easy to add into our rules, but I don't think that it's like a charter amendment kind of thing. But
the issue is you can define rules, absolutely, of procedure, which you have there. You can define rules as far as the business, the order of business, and what rules, if you're going to use Robert's Rules of Order to guide you, those rules you can do. But when you're talking about removing an elected official, someone that was voted by residents from office, that's a little different.
Right, but the rule is not to remove them. The rule is to declare them present or absent.
Correct.
That's the rule. Removing an elected official will always be decided by this body.
Right, but then the issue is that by doing that, then you are defining that term in the charter that states specifically that once that person has been absent for 3 times, then you get to have a decision, and you have to make a decision, right? In your own discretion, do we remove them, do we not? Is it excused, is it not? That's the issue. So if you want to define what absent means, which is a trigger for forfeiture, it's got to be done through a charter amendment.
I disagree. I think that this is leaving it vague and, giving everyone like just the wash your hands kind of thing, where we don't even know what it means, so we don't have to discuss it, we don't have to deal with it. It's never going to come before us. It's never going to be addressed. And I think it's a disservice to the residents who are asking about this question with reason. I know that COVID was a different world where we had Zooms and we had people that were sick, and there was a lot of things that we did during that time that I would assume we're not going to continue to practice, right? Because it was just an odd time. That may never occur again. But leaving this unanswered, I think is a disservice to the community, and making it a charter amendment, I also think is.
And even further to that argument about the charter amendment, if you take a look, I discussed another statutes, 021, I think it's also 166. So I'm just going to indulge you for a minute. The way that this issue comes about in the 70s with regards to charters is different cities had charters dealing with different things. The legislature created this Charter Act and basically said, listen, everything that you have that's a charter becomes an ordinance, except issues that deal with certain topics. And one of those topics is the rights of employees, anything that affects, you know, certain issues, right? And so the challenge also that you have on top of the fact that you have it already in the charter is that if you change the word absent, okay, you may affect not only yourselves, which arguably you are city employees, but definitely the mayor is a city employee. He has a salary, he has benefits that are paid for by the city. So by doing that, you're not only violating 031, you're also violating 021 as well, because now you've done something through an ordinance. You're going to that's going to affect his ability as a city employee. That's specifically spelled out in the charter. So it's something that can be done, Councilwoman, definitely, but it should be done as a charter amendment.
It's complicated. I read the public records request that our clerk responded to, a resident who asked that same question. And, you know, the clerk does an excellent job, but she had no answer.
Yeah.
The resident didn't receive an answer. She just received some minutes and actually no answer. Who's president, who's not president? Of all of us, there's no answer. So I feel that this is overly complicated for no reason, but like I said, I don't think there's an appetite to move forward, so I'm okay with it as it is.
Any questions?
Anybody else, any further questions on this item? So no motion, Councilwoman Rano, moving on from the agenda?
No motion on my part, no.
Okay, on to the next item in the agenda. Protection of town property, Councilman Fernandez. I'll make a motion to waive the rules.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Go ahead, Councilman Fernandez.
All right. So in the last couple of years, and definitely since I've been on the council, we've definitely created more items and objects that exist in the public right of way, right? So we have military tribute banners, we have graduation banners now, we have banners with the American flag, we have Jakey statue, we have Guido Iguazo Domino park mural, and we continue to advance projects of that nature. I kind of wanted to make sure that we have an ordinance in our code that protects these town assets from potential nefarious actors that may want to damage or deface them in some way. So I did a little bit of research. I found an ordinance that the city of Miami has. The biggest part of, and by the way, I think the entire ordinance is provided here, but the section specifically that I would like for my colleagues to look at is 37-2. But one of the more enticing things about this ordinance is that it provides a mechanism for the town manager to file a lawsuit against whatever nefarious actor may damage or otherwise deface town property. So I like that. I think it needed to have, teeth, and that definitely fills that requirement. So my motion is to adopt an ordinance similar to, using this as kind of the model. And that's my motion.
Second.
Discussion on this item, council?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you. And Councilman Fernandez, I just wanted to clarify. So you want us to basically adopt 37-2 in its entirety, or?
No, to use 37-2 as a model, but to work with the town attorney, to allow me to work with the town attorney to bring back a proper ordinance with that as its, I wanted to provide a starting point, right?
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you for that clarification, Councilman Fernandez, because when I went through the entire ordinance, I picked out some parts that weren't relevant. So I appreciate you kind of honing us in. And this really addresses real property, but it looks like you're really specifying, I guess, stuff that we have on the public rights of way. In particular, that would be, I guess, the artwork or banners, the FPL wraps. And notwithstanding this, there's nothing right now that protects that artwork in our code. Like if somebody were to come and deface something in our right-of-way, there's nothing that would prevent that from happening or us taking any action?
I think there probably would be. I don't know if the major is here. Maybe we can ask him later. But there definitely isn't anything in our code that provides for the recourse where the town manager could pursue civil action.
Yeah, and that brings up my next point. So, again, we sometimes get so caught up in our world that it almost becomes comical. The catalyst for some of these things, and anything that preserves art and our property, I think is hyper important. But I'd hate for this thing to be weaponized and used for like silly, trivial things. So I like the fact that you're pointing to, I guess, an independent person to kind of make that judgment call. And in this case, it would be the manager, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think it's a great item. Thank you for bringing it forward.
Councilman Ruano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I had a question to the manager. Do we not, and it's the same question that Vice Mayor had, do we not have anything in the code now or anything that prohibits vandalism or that, I don't understand, because there's things vandalized every day, so the mayor's back, so.
I was going to say there's probably criminal for destruction of public property.
Absolutely.
Statutory.
Yes. Sorry, I heard it over there, but I ran over here. So, in terms of legality, of course, if you damage any property that is owned by the town, whether it's artwork, banners, or something along those lines, that is obviously a criminal offense, and it depends on the amount, whether it's a misdemeanor or a felony. So if our officers were dispatched to something in which art was defaced, for example, we would conduct a full investigation, and if we identify someone, we would make an arrest and so on and so forth. So we do have certain statutes that apply right now to what they have.
Okay, right, because in my community, there's been vandalism in the past, there's been graffiti. I mean, obviously, it's not an art in a public place, right, because it's a private community, but we do have something in place. So I'm not sure what this would do in addition to that. Maybe I'm just not understanding it.
Well, I think it creates a mechanism to recover costs should one of these, assets be damaged irreparably,
Okay.
right? I don't necessarily think we have that. Two, I think it also allows for code enforcement to be able to enforce this ordinance, where now it would have to be solely done by the police department. I think those are two things that are different. Mind you, if you look at the sample ordinance, I think a good amount of it deals with what you would expect that damage to come from, which is juveniles. There's an extensive mention as far as juveniles. So I think it also in a way creates a way that's not necessarily through the criminal system to deal with something like that.
Okay. Okay, yes, usually vandalism is done by juveniles. Can we sue juveniles? Can we pursue something like that? Or is that, the attorney's not there, I'm sorry.
Oh, we lost the attorneys.
Major?
Hurry up, guys. This is where we get to pass all that stuff, you know.
Yeah, in certain,
This is not our cup of tea.
I'm pretty sure, I don't have a law degree, but I'm pretty sure you can sue anybody, as you guys
You slept
know.
at a holiday?
That being said,
No, I was going to say, I always tell people you can always sue, but really,
Right.
there are laws and rules that tell you how far you'll go if you have no case. Like how
right,
far?
what I can tell you from a criminal perspective is obviously that sometimes courts can order restitution based on the crime, and so they can order that the individual provide restitution to the victim, and in this case, which is the town of Miami Lakes. So.
Thank you.
The attorney's back.
The attorney's back, so I can ask my question. I'm sorry.
No.
With regards to this item, if there's vandalism created by a juvenile,
Mhm.
is that something that, can the town sue a juvenile to recover costs, or? We were just discussing while you were out that most of the vandalism is usually done by younger kids, or is that something that because this is to give us a mechanism to be able to sue in addition to?
It gives you the option to be able to sue. On top, most times when you're going to sue for civil theft, the person needs to be an adult to be able to do that. So they need to be 18 years or older, or what you call sui juris. However, for the police to take action, the person does not need to be an adult. They can be a minor.
And then one last question. Do we have a lot of incidents of vandalism or graffiti or theft or?
We obviously have some. We haven't, in terms of numbers, I think our numbers are very low. I don't have those numbers with me right now. But that's something that I can definitely look at and provide the town manager with some numbers in terms of how many criminal mischiefs, both misdemeanor and felony, that we've had in the past couple of years. Based on what I've seen in terms of numbers, we don't have all that many, and we have sporadic. And, what we do have is, which is a good sign of the community that we have a lot more reporting on behalf of our citizens when they do see something, because they want it corrected as quickly as possible. You have a lot of homeowners associations that will call us out in order to make reports so that they can get moving on the repairs that need to be made. So you have, in this community, you really don't see much vandalism because A, we don't have a lot of it, and B, you have a lot of the citizens that take care of it as quickly as possible because, and town staff as well, so.
Right. Thank you. Well, funny enough, when they installed the veteran banners, that they installed them at different levels this year. I don't know if that was like a mistake or because eventually they were, I guess, put back up, right? But some of them were very, very low. And that was one of the things that I thought of when I saw them installed. I was like, oh my God, what if someone, some kid or someone that thinks it's funny will pass by and, kick them or break them because they were like, literally like on the floor. So I realized that they came up and they put them all back, out of reach, which made me feel a whole lot better. But it did occur to me at that moment, right? Maybe, a group of kids that thinks it's funny. When you're young, you think everything is funny. So, all right, well, thank you, Major.
No problem.
Any further discussion on this? I'll just chime in. When I saw this item on the agenda, I immediately thought of Jakey Duque, his statue on the other side of town, specifically because I remember the day when we were leaving, one of the neighbors had mentioned that they're moving, was talking to the family, that they're moving all their cameras just to face the statue to make sure that there's no vandalism. So that to me stuck out. The other thing is this item's not unique. Just yesterday, Commissioner Soto put something on the county commission agenda to have animal control officers enforce county rules on barking and howling and stuff like that. So, because right before it fell on this brand new news, so I'm sure you're hearing it right now for the first time. It falls on police has to enforce those rules solely. So when I saw the code enforcement aspect, it was interesting. And yesterday I was watching that meeting. So I mean that's news that you guys know now. Now animal control, for the first time ever, it seems that they can go out and enforce rules on all that. But I saw that aspect, so I'm fine with it. But that's something I just wanted to make a mention because I saw that yesterday in the county commission meeting. That Commissioner Soto put on there.
Did they address pooping?
No, I don't think so. Any further discussion on this item, council? Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. We're on to the next item, which is my item. Wanted to bring this up. We are in the middle of one of the largest stormwater improvement projects in town, the largest stormwater improvement project in town history. I said to myself, it just doesn't make any sense to have an entire team mobilized out there, and then having them leave the area, and then bring them, doing a whole RFP again, redoing everything again, having another team come out. We had the same issue years ago when we were extending Miami Lakes Drive across. There was a team already mobilized on 87th Ave, doing 87th Ave, and the council said, you know what, let's waive procurement, waive everything. We got to have the same squad just finish this, and it ended up working out really well for the town. So I said, hey, can this be done? I don't think it could be done just because the plans for the other roads have not been done. And I think that's the issue why we can't. If it would have been done, we could have just said, hey, let's waive procurement, let's move forward with this, but it seems that those plans aren't done. But there's certain things that we could do in that area. For example, when we're attaching the side roads to the main trunk on 89th Avenue, there's, on the other side of the road, that road, some of them are not getting done, so we can do the actual construction stub going out, which makes the planning process. We could do an as-built, which allows the process to move forward relatively quickly without having to go through re-permitting through the county and all that. So I just want to make a motion to direct staff to start, move the resources to start the plans, submit plans immediately for West Lakes drainage, knowing I don't know if we'll catch our crews in time, but I personally don't think. Try to do an as-built on certain things. Try to see, when there's a will, there's a way. They're out there. To me, it doesn't even make sense that we're doing a road, it stops at the trunk, but then the other road, which is literally designed, it's going to be designed exactly the same. We can't just do it, and we're going to have to leave and have this mess all over again in a couple months. It's a bit irrational. But I just want to make a motion to direct staff, and again, it's not staff's fault. They didn't have the funds at the time. They didn't know that we were going to have this bond. They didn't know, so I'm not saying it's staff's fault. I just think the entire process doesn't make sense. So I just want to make a motion directing staff to move forward immediately with the plans for the other roads that are pending in West Lakes.
Second.
Any discussion on this, council? Vice Mayor?
Kind of looking at the entirety of not just the bond, but also the monies that are going to be coming from the federal government, wouldn't we want to look at everything and staging everything in its totality to see if there's other efficiencies that maybe we can identify?
100%. I told that to the manager today, and our manager is very SOP, right? Standard operating procedure. So like he was like, whoa, I was like, look, let's do exactly that. Let's get all the plans. We already know how much money's coming in. So if we know how much money's coming in, Carlos is already working with our consultants. They already know how many projects we can do. Let's get those plans done and submitted immediately. But I do agree with you. I kind of blew staff away at the time, but I wholeheartedly agree with you.
Chuckle at I blew staff away at the time, but so let me hear the manager's, I guess, reasoning or rationale.
Yeah, obviously, when the project in West Lakes was designed, and actually even when construction was started, we did not know that we were going to have $15.5 million worth of stormwater bonds. So it was designed and engineered in a certain way to encompass what it encompassed, right? And we did not have surplus stormwater funds just to be thrown away on extra design programs, because every penny, when we've been at 450 every ERU, every penny in the stormwater fund was accounted for. So we didn't have the luxury of having extra funds available to design stormwater projects in advance. Now we will have, right? So now we will have, and in fact, one of the main reasons why we asked a little while ago for the resolution that had the budget line transfer of monies in the stormwater fund to move forward with a CIP project manager engineer is to be able to get those designs ready to go. So the moment that the bonds are sold, and in fact, whatever arrives first, whether stormwater bonds, which should be in the first week or so of August, or the American Rescue Plan, whatever monies come in first, work orders are going to go out the door right away for design work. And as soon as we get them designed, we want to have a shovel in the ground. And I've told this here publicly, I've mentioned it to each of you privately. Our objective is to get a shovel in the ground as soon as possible. We know that flooding is a major crisis for our residents, especially those on the west side of the Palmetto. It's a big problem, and we want to try and mitigate it as quickly as possible. So one of the reasons why we hired the engineer now in advance in anticipation of the issuance of the bonds was precisely to do this, to have the designs prepared, ready to go, the work orders, get them out the moment that we get additional funds from whether stormwater bonds or from the American Rescue Plan.
Okay, so you're hiring an engineer, you're bringing him on board before you have the projects. But I guess instead of the way that I understood what the mayor was trying to advocate for, rather than just looking at a $15 million pot of money, look at the totality of the pot of money, and then stage the work in such a way so people aren't going back over
No, absolutely.
at different stages. So have a work plan that maybe moves from our areas of most need to the areas of least need, or have a geographic work plan that kind of leverages, right, the mobilization. That's what I understood you to mean, Mayor.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would like to, for example, and then since the manager touched upon it, one of the reasons I voted no on the CIP budget amendment was because I would have liked to seen the possibility of having, instead of an in-house not an in-house project manager and I know that somebody already got hired, so out of respect to them, I didn't want to talk about it, but since the manager touched upon it, but for a job that might not be permanent, right? Because we know that there's only a certain amount of money, there's only a certain amount. So I had told the manager, and especially at the briefing, I would have liked to see, before they advertised it, a contract PM, you know what I mean? Similar to what FDOT does, similar to what other agencies do. Maybe not one, maybe an entire team, you know, that has that type of experience that can get these types of plans expedited. But I didn't want to get into the weeds of that specifically, but that's why, and I talked to the manager today about it, but I would like to see these things move forward as expeditiously, because there are a lot of things we can do. And I gave that example before. On that trunk, we could do stub out, the stub outs on them. We could do as-built. There's a lot of things that we can do, but you got to have that when there's a will, there's a way, right? So now that there's money, I think there's a lot of opportunities. But you're right. If we can submit all those plans as soon as possible.
It sounds like we're going in that direction. It seems like you're both aligned. I don't get the
No, I agree with the mayor 100%.
The ask was, we're already staged at West Lakes. I thought when I put it on the agenda that we can do certain things in terms of moving the project forward. The manager then told me, he was like, whoa, those plans are going to take 7 months to approve. And I was like, that can't be possible. I mean, you already have, the hardest thing to do there was the outfall. Everything else is attaching to the main trunk. I go, there's no way that could take another 7 months. Then procure it, then get somebody mobilized, then, you know what I mean? And that's where I was kind of pushing staff forward to look at different options.
Through the chair to the manager, can that be the first item that the new employee takes on?
What?
To look at the mayor's request and see if there's efficiencies on there.
And in fact, these bonds are going to be issued now, in, let's say August of this year. We have an obligation under the bond covenants. We have an obligation to not just design them, not just design them and award the construction contract, to get them done. 85%, 80%, 85% of the 15.5 million has to be spent within 3 years. Spent, out the door, paid, done. So we have no choice but to work our tails off to get this done as expeditiously as possible. And obviously, one of the first things that she will do is see what can be done with that existing project, see if anything can be done that won't delay the existing job, right? I don't know if they have to get re-permitted, by the county. Those are the kind, those are the kind of things that we'll look at. As long as it doesn't have to it won't delay the current project, we'll move forward. But in any case, her first mission is going to be to get the work orders ready for the new design work and get them ready. So, and I committed to the mayor today when we had our briefing, is my hope is in the August meeting, come to you with at least some of the work orders, the approvals for the design work. My hope is...
He didn't use the word hope in the briefing. He says, we will have it in August, for the record.
Yeah, Carlos told me we would. No.
That action item better say follow up in August.
Gina, put it on the August template, please.
Yes, Councilwoman Ron.
I fully support what the mayor is trying to accomplish. I know that sometimes things take longer than they should, but I think that the manager and the public works director, they've been on the edge of their seat begging for some funding to come in to do something. So I can't imagine that now that we're going to have the funding, anybody's going to sit on it and not expedite the projects, right? Like we've been asking Mr. Acosta, what would you do if it was Christmas morning, all the projects that you want to do, and I think that we kind of got some Christmas gifts with regards to the stormwater bonds and the money that's going to be coming in from the federal government. So I can't imagine that there would be anything that would delay it. Trying to lump things together, this is where I go back to, staff has a job to do. They know how to do it. They just need to do it, right? So I mean, I'm in favor of what the mayor's proposing. I don't know if it's feasible or not, but I know the public works director will do everything that he can to make these projects move as quickly as possible.
I know the mayor says it facetiously, that I'm a SOP guy, right? I like to stay within the lines, but I'd like to think that's one of the reasons why I was hired here, is because I stay within the lines. I don't go crazy. I'm an honest person, and what I have always done, and Tony's a testament to this, any new employee that we bring in, I always tell them that we as an organization, not me as a manager, but us, all of us collectively as an organization, we value innovation. Mike Sias is there that I hired. I probably told him, I've told everybody that has come in to work for me. We value innovation. We value thinking outside the box. Don't be blinded by this is the way we've always done it. Think outside the box, that we value that. And maybe we can't do it, but if we can't do it, come up with something else. And anything that we can do, efficiency of scale, whether it's in the design phase, lumping 2 or 3 projects together and designing them together, whether it's in the construction phase, lumping 2 or 3 projects together and doing that, because we don't want to, give all of that to one contractor. It'll take them forever to do, right? So we're going to have to give it to multiple contractors so that they can get it done in time. So, but all of those efficiencies, Carlos has green light. He doesn't have to come to me to ask for that. He's got the green light to be innovative and be thinking outside the box, and I can tell you that we're going to do that. We're going to get this done as quick as possible. Number one is primarily because we have an obligation under the bond covenants, but number 2 is that's been our commitment to this council and to our residents.
SOP is standard operating procedure, so Councilman Fernandez.
So I have a question, Mr. Manager. What from my understanding, the last hurdle as far as the bond sale moving forward was what we passed tonight, right? It doesn't come back to us until
next month. You'll see the resolution.
There's a resolution.
The resolution, which put on your reading glasses and get ready. It's like 100+ pages of resolution. So, but that's what our team has been putting together, right? Albert Duck Castillo, our bond counsel, together with, we have 2 or 3 different law firms involved in this, our financial advisors, Ismael, Carlos, Tony, Lorenzo. We've been hitting this hard. We've been meeting weekly or bi-weekly? Weekly with our stormwater task force or work group, and we have 15 people on that Zoom meeting. We are moving at the speed of light to get this done. but we don't want to mess up, right? We don't want to go so fast where we're going to make a mistake. So that's the main reason why the resolution is not here before you today, because there was still some fine tuning that needed to happen, reviews by all the players, and make sure that we get it right. We don't want to make a mistake.
Got it. No, because I kind of got the sense there for a little bit that we're kind of waiting for August, and then we're gonna, kick this thing off with fireworks and whatnot. And so my question was, whatever kicking off we're doing in August, how many of those tasks can we do now?
No, the resolution will come before you at the July council meeting. Once that happens, then it gets turned over from the legal folks to the financial folks. They start taking it to the bond houses. They start pricing the bonds. They start doing everything. Claricel is spearheading our resident education campaign. The mayor asked us to include, and we did, which was the retail period, so that town residents will have a time period where they can participate in the purchase of bonds, town bonds. So all of that is happening. Claricel's been working with our financial folks on making sure that we have the right campaign. So once that resolution gets passed in July, it'll just be a few more things, and we may very well go to market the last few days of July, but more than likely the first week of August.
Correct. The other thing I was going to say, so we've already been collecting the higher stormwater fee, I think, for 2 months now, right? And I know that we're using some of those funds for the newly created position. Do we have an idea of what the delta is there, and can we start using some of those funds for design now?
We'll have to look, because we haven't received any of it, right? Because there's a lag in from when it's accrued. The implementation, the effective date of the rate increase was the date of the March council meeting that when you approved this. So it was effective March the 9th, Carlos? March the 9th was the effective date. But we just got a deposit from the water and sewer company, and it still did not show the increase. So there's usually a 60 to 90-day lag on when the effective date of the billing from when we actually collect it. So we don't have any extra money yet. But yes, the moment we get it, we'll use it for anything that we can apply it to that makes sense. Number one, primarily the new project manager to help get these work orders ready. But then anything else that we can get started, we will.
Thank you.
So I think the motion was simple, just kind of, especially on that project, see what we can do and just come back to the council. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to the next item, which is item 14K. I'll make a motion to waive the rule.
I'll second the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Councilman Fernandez.
All right, Council. So there's been a disturbing uptick throughout the greater Miami area concerning acts of anti-Semitism. I know the Council passed a resolution toward I think the second or third quarter of 2020, but circumstances have changed a little bit, and there's been an uptake in how aggressive some of these acts and rhetoric have occurred. And so I present before you a resolution. I have to give a little credit to Vice Mayor Eric Diaz-Padrón from the city of West Miami, where I drew a lot of this from. If you have any questions, please let me know, but I'd like to move forward with the language before you.
Second. Any discussion on this, council? Any discussion on this, council? Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you for bringing this up. Councilman Fernandez, as we have a very large Jewish community here in the town it's growing every single day, so thank you very much. We're on to Mayor and Council. We're on to managers' reports. 16A, our building official, Mike Mesa, reporting on the wall on 87th Avenue.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. This is very quick. Manager asked me to provide a report on the 87th Avenue wall, or on the west side, we should say. We have issued about 21 notices so far as this morning. We've had one resident so far that already painted the wall. We had 3 other residents that have asked for extensions, and we are preparing another 10 notices today that probably went out this afternoon, and we should be done with issuing notices by the end of this week. So.
Got it. Thank you, Mike. Anyone have questions on that? I know, yes, Councilwoman Ruan.
I have a question. Thank you, Mr. Mesa. When the residents paint the wall, are they being encouraged to paint the same color, or is it going to continue to be painted in different?
We actually worked out with them to use the same color as Serenity Point, so it's going to be all. Yeah.
Beautiful.
It's going to look the same point. Serenity Point just painted, so it's going to look the same color.
That is fantastic.
Right.
Thank you so much.
The only thing is that, since they're all painted individually and they have to match the paint, when you match paint, it doesn't really, depending on where you purchase it from, it might not look 100%, so that's the only issue there, since they don't paint it all at once, with the
But
same
it's
paint.
going to be better than it looks now, for sure.
Yes, for sure.
Thank you.
No problem.
And Mike, as part of the painting, obviously, there's going to be repairs, and I think, okay.
Yes, sir.
Got it. No, that is great news, Councilwoman Rano. Think about it, it's going to look really nice all the way down, so it's going to make a big difference. Thank you, Mike.
All right, thank you. Have a great night.
Appreciate it. Major Ruiz?
Good evening, Javier Ruiz, your town commander. This past month, in terms of crime, we've remained relatively stable as in previous months. This past month, our special needs registry went online, and today your officers worked with town staff in order to develop an informational video that's going to go out regarding that, so we're excited about that. The school year's concluding, so we will be refocusing some of our patrol efforts in terms of targeting more evenings and businesses, and redistributing personnel and traffic details to address traffic violations, and as businesses are opening up, our officers are going to be conducting more checks of those areas as well to focus more high visibility there. This Saturday, we have our bike rodeo going on as well, so it'll be a scaled down version of previous years, but we want to continue the tradition of what our officers are doing, which has been going on since basically incorporation. Our bike rodeo has been going on for about 20 years now, so it's something we want to continue on. And with that, as I said, I'll keep it brief. I'll open up for any questions or comments.
Thank you, Mr. Major, and I know these items are manager items, so they're actionable. I'm going to make a motion, and I don't know if we touched, I think we touched upon it, but we didn't do it last time, to direct the manager, the major through the manager, to officially request from the Miami-Dade Police Department to work with us on installing the LPRs on 6, 7, and 8, 7, since those are our county roads, but in an expeditious fashion. I don't know.
Second.
Discussion, any discussion on this, council? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Anything else for the major, council? Thank you, Major. Glad that you're back, glad that you're good, and good to see you.
Glad to be back. Very glad to be back. And
No more bike riding.
my guys told me you're only allowed to ride bikes with us now, so that's.
And you got to wear a flak jacket.
Thank you, Javi.
Thank you, everybody.
Monthly infrastructure report, Director Acosta.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm going to go briefly talk about some of these capital projects. The one that I removed here that was last report was the Save Russell School in Miami Lakeway South, which was completed. We're just finalizing last payment and reimbursement, but you should have already received contact from the staff for the ribbon cutting ceremony for that project, and I think we're looking for Monday of next week so far, tentatively. The next project is the Save Russell School Bob Graham. on this project. We finally got from today, FDOT gave us the concurrence to award the design. So next month, you will see that on the agenda to award the design contract to one of our consultants to engage in design work for that. So that project is finally moving forward. Next project is the West Lakes Drainage Improvement Project. It's going pretty well. We're about 60% complete. We're still on target to get this project completed in August. The next project is the 59th Avenue Extension Project. The consultant submitted the 100% plans, is right now with us and with FDOT to review the plans, so we're making progress there. It will take about another 3 weeks for both agencies to review the plans. Pending any comments, then we'll finalize the plans. And I guess once we have eventually get the property and all that, we'll be ready to roll with that project once all the real estate transactions are completed. The 83rd, Northwest 83rd Place Drainage Improvement Project, I'm not sure if I mentioned I think I did last month. We had issues with the outfall where it was proposed, right? The lake owner kind of backed out of that. We're still working tentatively another outfall option, but that's not been set in stone yet. I did talk to another property owner on 83rd Place. He was open, to let us do an outfall through his property that will better fit the location that we're looking at. Nonetheless, the way we're proceeding now with the consultant is we're going to add as much French drain as we can. Let's finalize the plans, get them approved with DERM, and so we could go out for bid. In the meantime, while that project is being built and we are working the other second option for the outfall, we'll build this project. Later on, we'll come back, and if the outfall situation kind of comes to fruition, then at that point, we'll survey, we'll get the easements ready, and then we'll make the connection at that point. But we feel that at least we should do something now to add more capacity on that street. Street lights improvement project, we provided review to the consultant that is doing the street lights improvement on the 100% plans. So we're looking at right now, probably in the next 30 days, we should get those plans ready to go out for bid. The backup generator at Roberto Alonso Community Center, that's just, we're waiting for just to get that agreement ready with the grantor. The next two projects are the mid-block crossings. I know we've been waiting for those for a long, long time. On the Fairway Drive mid-block crossing, the county got back to us saying that they will get to the review in July. I know it's taken a lot to review a project that I consider is simple, right, compared to other types of projects, but that's where we at. And then the Montrose, the consultants just implemented some of our comments that we had, and in June, they should be submitting that to the county for approval. So hopefully, we can get those in the next few months wrapped up by the county, and we could put them out for bid. Any questions on the capital projects?
Yeah, Carlos, and maybe Lorenzo and Raul can chime in. I think, for example, on Montrose, there's an existing crosswalk there. We obviously have 100% control in terms of maintaining the road. Like, I almost feel, and I know you're doing your job, so this is not towards you, but I almost feel like there is, when it comes to improving an existing crosswalk, I don't understand why there's a need to go through the county for something. I understand on Fairway, and I think there may be a way to interpret the county ordinance on that, but I really don't. And I had this discussion with the county mayor, and agreed with us. It was like, look, it's an existing crosswalk. You're improving it. You're making it better. I almost feel like anytime we give a county bureaucrat an opportunity to take a bite of the apple of something positive that we're doing, they stick it in a shelf somewhere. We saw what happened with the absolutely. And so I almost feel like, I hope, can you guys help Carlos with this? Because I almost feel there's a way to interpret county code how is it that we have to go through all this when we're improving a cross that is already existing and the road is 100% in our community and in our control? I just don't understand why we have to go.
I got to look at the road transfer agreement. The road transfer agreement says that we get to maintain, plan, design, construct on our roads, except when it comes to traffic engineering. I am not sure if the definition under traffic engineering, if a crosswalk falls into that.
But it might. But it's an improvement to an existing cross. You know what I mean? The one on Fairway, I understand.
Right.
But that's where I think both of you guys, if you guys can help Carlos with those interpretations, because I personally, I mean, it just doesn't, even the county mayor, even the folks that were with us were just like, yeah, it just doesn't.
In other words, all we're trying to do is like repaint this crosswalk or something? Is that?
That's the one LED the crosswalk with the lights, this and that, but it's existing. There's no changing in flow. There's no, and that's why I think if you guys can help with that interpretation of the code, because I think if you ask one of the county bureaucrats there, they're, oh yeah, no, and they don't know what to do with it. They're going to get lost.
And they take forever. They take forever
The
to get
same
back
thing
to us.
happened. I'm going to give you guys another example with putting, and I gave it earlier in the meeting, with putting signs on the light posts on 67th and 87th. I asked the county mayor was like, as long as it doesn't have advertising, you guys can go ahead and do it. As long as it doesn't have advertising for some, and those are the things.
And it's not regulating traffic.
But I think we have to, and to help break through that bureaucracy, really need both of you guys to get involved in stuff like that to help. And again, Carlos is doing his job, but you guys can help with that, because I think that interpretation, you give him a memo and we move forward with those types of things.
All right, sure.
So yeah, just trying to help you kind of.
No, absolutely. Any help is welcome.
I think it helps everybody together.
Any help is welcome. Roadway maintenance, I'm just going to touch on a few. We're plowing ahead with the pavement markings. On the first work order, we're a little bit, we're about 80%. There's another work order that we got for Northwest 154th Street improvement. So we're pushing, we're pushing the contractors to get this work done as much as possible, as rapidly as possible. But
So on Balgoan Road, the white's done, but the yellow striping, is that included in the scope of work too? Because I had asked Ed that, like right when you pass the security gateway, they've done the white, but I was just curious, like is the scope of work also yellow striping too?
So,
right after the security
yes, I
gate
mean,
in the
there's-
center? It's like the center.
But the white is it's paid through the neighborhood service district, the one around the guard gate. The other one was the one, so that one, the guard gate district did it. Jeremy obviously working through it, but it was a guard gate district.
What about the other one?
Oh no, that's on us,
under this scope
Yep,
of work?
yep. If it was identified, but remember, we cut how much striping Carlos can do, so it doesn't include everything. Because, it was $300,000, and we cut it back to $100,000, right?
yeah, we're trying to do the crossings, the crosswalks, things that are near schools, things that are more high traffic areas.
Carlos, do you know if that area is considered, was that part of, that got cut off, or is that still in the scope of work?
I'll have to go back, and I could circle back with you on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much completely faded. Like, there's nothing there. You drive by there day in and day out, and I just don't know that. I mean, if it was cut, it is what it is. It's fine, but.
Got it. Thank you, Councilman Alvarez. Anything else?
I have a
Yes.
question. So we got a public comment with a picture. I don't know if you had a chance to review that one. That's Glen Cairn Lane, right outside of 8548, because she happened to take the picture right outside of the front of my house. Yes. So that's what I look at every morning when I pull the car out and drive through there. Correct me if I'm wrong. There's nothing in the plans now to repave either Glen Cairn Lane or Glen Cairn Road or any of that area.
All the funds that were budgeted this year for road resurfacing have been expended. There's currently no additional funds.
Excellent. Thank you.
Any further comments to Director Acosta? Thank you, Carlos.
Mayor.
Lorenzo, Raul, please help him out on that.
Yeah, we will.
were saying something, Council?
No, I just want to throw it out there. I know that we directed Ed to use CARES Act funding for the rest of the drainage projects, the other million that's coming in. And Ed said that would pretty much hit all the priority. I don't know if this is a discussion we may want to have in the future of use some of that CARES Act from the American Rescue Act, like allocate a portion of those dollars to additional infrastructure improvements, for example, striping or finalization of some of these sidewalk repairs. Maybe it'll be an item that I'd like to discuss with the mayor and the council. That's something we want to reappropriate some of those dollars towards infrastructure improvements.
Council member, the American Rescue Plan has a more finite scope of what you can use the money for. One of the things in there is stormwater. That's why we recommended and the council approved the $13 million to move it into stormwater. The next infrastructure bill that's looking to be passed in Washington is called the American Jobs Plan. That one is heavy and is probably more broad, and that is one that talks about roads and talks about other things. So I think that one, and I believe that the expectation is that they'll do it the same as this one, where every city will have a predetermined allocation. You don't have to apply. It's not grants where you have to get somebody to approve it. Everybody will get an allocation, every city in the U.S., and that one may be the one that you may want to dedicate some of it to address more drainage, but then you could also use it for other things.
Okay, great. Thank you for that update, Ed.
Thank you, Councilman Alvarez. We're on to Director Angel with an update on MLOP.
A motion to extend past 11? I'm just kidding. Good evening, Mayor and Town Council.
Denied.
Just a quick update on the Optimist Park discussions that we've had with the school board. It was a successful meeting. They essentially gave us the green light to proceed with the all-in conceptual design, which was the final element for them to update the joint use agreement. They are working on adding some COVID language to it, so the hope is we get that back within the next month or so, and within the next 2 to 3 months, we have a workshop to discuss not only that option, but the other options as motioned by the Vice Mayor a couple years ago.
Any questions, Councilwoman Ruano?
I have a question, and a couple of residents have reached out to me asking me about the all-in designs and what we're talking to the school board about. So I've been on record before with, what my number was with regards to the improvements of the park and whatnot. And I've always told the residents that we have not approved that all-in design, that we have not appropriated funds to it, that we're not there. But their question is, why is this the design that's being presented to the school board as part of the joint use agreement? Is there an answer for that?
Yeah, let me take that. We're starting with the big picture, and you'll see and I've addressed it with each of you individually in your briefings, is that we plan, and our expectation is hopefully August, worst case scenario will be September, that we'll be ready and have a reply from the school board on the extra COVID language they want to include, and be able to workshop with you and show you the different option packages that Danny has put together. So what we had and ran by the school board would be the all-in option, right? So what the other options are going to consist of is going to be, one, the simplest one would be not even turning the fields around. It would be just a revamping. That is going to be the least expensive option. The other ones will be based on the big option, on the total package option, and then almost like a Chinese menu, right? It'll be taking pieces from there. The one option may be just the fields turned around. The second option may be, and I'm paraphrasing, Danny's briefed me, but I don't have it in front of me, right? So another option may be the fields turned around and the concession stand. Another one may be the fields turned around, the concession stand, and the trail. So that's how we're going to build those different options. And then from there, other than the first one, where it's only being proposed to revamp what's existing there, all the other ones are pieces of the big option. So we wanted to get them to at least buy into the idea of what it could consist of, where it could be located, but you're 100% right. Nothing is approved until, our hope is that when we give it to you in workshop, that will address all the options, and from there, instead of continuing longer and longer, that at that workshop, you'll have enough information to tell us, even though workshops you can't take action. But if you tell us at that workshop, we want this option and this is how we plan to pay for it, that at the following meeting, you're going to have something before you to take official action because you can't take the action at the workshop. But we hope to come one way or the other, fish or cut bait in August, September, somewhere in that vicinity, that you'll be able to give us direction how you want to proceed for the long term on MLOP.
Okay, and I understand that, but will they be approving the JUA before we do that? What I don't want, and full disclosure, I'm gonna be completely open. What I don't want is for you to come back to us and say, well, now we have a JUA, now it's approved, it's been taken 2 years to get this approved with all the bells and whistles. If we go back to the school board with less stuff, then they might not want it.
The JUA is the actual text about what can be done. It's not the design. What the design is an exhibit. So if you want us to proceed with a different design than the full Monty,
Right.
then we'll attach a different exhibit and talk to the school board
Right,
about
but will that take us back to square one?
No, absolutely not.
No.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor, then Councilman Diegues.
Mayor.
The,
Councilman Alvarez.
Today during public thank you, Mayor. Today during public comments, a gentleman came up and talked about a P3. First, I had heard of this option, but I'm glad that he presented it before you presented the options, right? Because I guess it's something that you're going to add. Is that something that you guys are looking, public-private partnerships, where or some entities taking on a portion of these improvements?
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll take a look at that package today. I'm sure it'll probably be in front of you guys next month. It'll have to be vetted through the legal team.
That's great, because one of the things that came up while the mayor was visiting here, something that she was very interested in. I told her very candidly my personal experience on how I felt that was a regional park and how it really serviced so much of a broader area than just Miami Lakes. And she talked about partnering with the county and talking about bringing county funds towards that project. Can you include that as well as part of the options that you guys are looking at?
We'll reach out to county parks and see if they have pots of money that we can have them contribute.
She specifically talked about a bond. Yeah. So just if that can be included in the conversation, I appreciate it. Thank you. Kind of just snuck up on me. Councilman Diegues?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Nice secondary gavel there, by the way.
Yeah, it's a break in case of emergency. Just,
I was going to go in a different direction, but now that you mention it, a while back ago I had met with Dan Espino shortly after I was elected, and he actually mentioned how the gymnasium and their park facility there in Miami Springs was built using county general obligation bond money that was for parks and related activities. I think if the mayor is open to that, I think that's be something we absolutely should explore, and I'd be happy also with, again, using the platform I've been given on the League of Cities with trying to work with other municipalities to try and get the conversation going there and on a county-wide level. And I think that idea of kind of picking parks in particular that have a regional impact, I think that would be one way of going about it and justifying going through another bond process at the county level. With that said, taking it back to the last council meeting, we had a discussion about replacing the dugout roofs. And you may recall I asked you if you had been out there and had inspected the work that had been done by this party. And, you told me that you had and that you had checked it for flood, correct?
It was water protrusion initially. It was like initial field 5. There was an initial hazard that was remedied at that time.
Okay, because I was invited to go back around late May after our meeting and all that. And when I went by, at least to me, they all still looked, frankly, bad. There's one picture here that I have of a hole in there. So I'm just, when we say that we checked for water protrusion, I just wanted to get a little bit more detail as far as what we did to kind of analyze that and whatnot, and to see if are we really happy with this patchwork. I mean, I'm not even sure what the patchwork was. I'm assuming you guys know more about this. Vice Mayor Collazo, obviously your kids now play at the park, yours too. So you guys have been out there more. I don't know if you guys have seen a difference, but to me it looked pretty bad still. So I don't know if maybe at the next meeting we should still evaluate some other option that will improve the dugouts, compared to where they're at today, because they still look terrible. For water protrusion purposes, again, I have a picture of one of them with a hole. I don't know what dugout numbers they are. They were trying to throw them all at me. I just know one of them has a hole. And so I would imagine that that's still going to be a water protrusion issue. So please go, be sure to check that out and, and come back, I would say, at the next meeting with some ways to address that better, And again, I also, for the public, I definitely do not want to encourage self-help, especially on public facilities. So they may, in the process where they realize they're not being even endangering our own kids in that process. So with that, please take a look at that and come back to us with something at the next meeting. Thank you.
Sure. Any further, Councilman Alvarez?
Councilmember Diaz, and maybe I know that we wanted to go in the other direction from the canopy that's like the kind of vinyl awnings. I've driven around a few parks recently, and I've seen that they use them for a shaded structure in bleachers. I know that was a less expensive option, but we wanted to go with more of a like aluminum canopy, but I know that brings the price up. So maybe that's something I think we should kind of explore again, because that might be an option with the MLOP, that it could be reallocated or relocated to bleacher coverage, and at least, straight up, that's better than what's there now. So, and just my other comment was, in your menu of options, one thing that I want to see come before me 110%, and that 30% that we do own, is that multi-purpose facility with the basketball gymnasium and supplemental programming rooms for after-school programming, for summer camp and enrichment opportunities. I want to make sure, and I want to be clear that is an item, whether the council and the mayor, vote to move forward as something that may be presented in the form of a bond for the voters to vote on, then we'll determine. But I want that to be an option, so we can have, indoor recreational activities that won't be dependent only on recreational programming being outdoors. Right now, I think the youth and the Miami Lakes residents need somewhere indoors where they can still be actively and participate in recreational activities. That's it.
Any further discussion, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, and I had the opportunity to visit on this travel league that we've been doing, and I have seen that shade structure for not dugouts, but for the bleachers, and it's comprised of steel beams that kind of arch over and protect. I thought it was great. For bleacher seating where you don't necessarily have anything. But to be quite honest with you, I saw other dugout designs that are much better. Everything from a full grade bunker, right, that I've seen made out of CB concrete block and I'm pretty sure those are just add-ons and add-ons and add-ons. So I'm looking forward to the options. But something that's been very little discussed, but something that I know that you've taken on as a personal initiative, and something that I'm personally grateful for, Mr. Angel, has been the relaunching of the marina. And I know the Neighborhood Improvement Committee has been very passionate about what can we do with underutilized space. And I know you talked about making sure that we're maximizing our utilization, right? We're in tandem, right? I know the fishing tournament's going to be coming up, and you're going to be relaunching that space. I really appreciate the work that you put in there. I know you've worked with me with ideas, and we've kicked some things back and forth. So I appreciate the time that you've taken for that. So thank you.
Any further discussion, Council? I do have some comments that I'm going to make, and I'm going to make a motion. So I know there was a gentleman that came today, Coach Laz. He submitted an unsolicited proposal to our staff, where I know he's offered to build the Airnasium and partner with the town. So obviously, what this does is the law requires that unsolicited proposals go through an open and transparent process. So I'm going to make a motion to direct staff to start going through that process, because I know under state statute there's an unsolicited proposal process. So I'm going to make a motion just to have staff, at least, because he had told me, he saw me, and he told me that he had sent staff today an unsolicited proposal where he would build that as a P3 and work with the town to provide services and at his organization's cost, which I was
Second.
like, got it, thanks. Yes,
I
Councilman
have
Ron.
comments.
I'm not familiar with what you're talking about unsolicited proposals and whatnot. Can the deputy town attorney maybe fill me in?
It's almost reactionary. I go for the mask.
Take it
Anyways. So Florida statute provides, we don't have an ordinance per se that we've adopted to create our own procedure for P3, so we follow the statute, as the mayor alluded. What P3s do is that it allows someone to come to us with a proposal. So the way that you're supposed to proceed is you take that proposal and then you create a RFP, and then you allow for other folks to go ahead and bid on the same project. Then you can decide whether you want to go with someone who outside or you want to go with the person who made the proposal to you. It is a mechanism to allow for people to present ideas to the council, but it's got to be done in a manner that is transparent and is open to the market. So that's the process, and that's certainly something, Mr. Mayor, that we could look into and work with Danny in doing. And I think we have Dr. or soon to be Dr. Lopez, who's an in-house expert on P3s as well. I think that's what he got his doctorate in. So more than
Perfect.
happy to work on it.
Do we know what his proposal is? Because I know that he came and he spoke. Mr. Angel, do we have any idea?
He dropped something off during the meeting, so I haven't taken a look at it yet.
Okay, so would that come back to this body to take a look at and see if it's something that we're interested in pursuing or not? Thank you.
Councilman Dieguez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And my comments are specific as far as, if I understood him correctly, he was talking about taking over basketball programs for the town. Do we currently have any vendor that provides?
Optimus Club provides that service during the summertime.
How would this affect our contract with them?
We would have to evaluate their contract, see if it's a non-exclusive, exclusive type of agreement for that.
Yeah, I have no problem evaluating the unsolicited bid. Again, there's a process for this, as the attorney mentioned, so it sounds like we're going to consider it anyway. But I'm just curious to know more about what the impact will be. I don't know. Does it really need a motion though, or?
I think to tell staff that to evaluate it and then to come back to us. I think they need, unless, I know Dr. Lopez is the expert. I don't know if you want to chime in on the
He
P3.
seems loath to take the mic.
Do you need to, now that you guys already have it, do you need direction from staff to start the process of evaluating it, and then, because even if someone says, hey, I want to build something and I'll run the program, you still have to give other people the same opportunity to
Hey, good evening, Tony Lopez, Deputy Town Manager. At this point, my recommendation is to allow staff and the attorney to review what was submitted, and at that point, we would come back to you with a recommendation to review it, and then your blessing.
But I think the question was, do you need specific direction, or are you automatically required to evaluate it? Exactly. That's the best way to put it.
By default, we would review it internally, but if you would like to do the motion to direct us to do so, that's just fine as well. So.
Yeah, he went to the cheaper version of law school, apparently.
My job's in jeopardy.
Look, I'm going to vote yes because it sounds like we're already just telling them to do what they're going to be doing and required to do anyway. So,
Mayor, can we call the question?
Yeah.
Got it. All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Any other questions for Director Angel on?
I just wanted to add that when we discussed the dugouts last month, I brought up the issue of, how long is this going to take? They're in bad condition. this might set us back, right, when we took the funding out, and that's what I was talking about, right? They're not in great condition, and I didn't want it to set us back now, take us back to the drawing board. So I feel like we're there again, where we're all having the same discussion again, where the dugouts are not great, they still need repair, and now we didn't approve what came before us last time. So that's kind of what I meant when I said I don't want this to drag on forever. If they're in disrepair and they need to be revamped, then we just visit it again and bring that item back.
Got it. Thank you, Councilwoman Serrano. Anyone else? Anything for Director Angel? Got it. Thank you. Attorney's reports, there is nothing for attorney's report? There's nothing?
There is. Yeah, but there is.
Okay.
And it's very brief. Look at the emails I sent you during the meeting. I really don't want to go into a lot of detail with them. In the Pizzi matter next Wednesday, there's a hearing. The case is moving forward. We're not getting as far as we want to get with the Becker firm. So I'm going to be asking for an executive session, probably in the Pizzi case, after I know. I'm officially asking for an executive session, but I want it to take place after next Wednesday some point, and I'll coordinate with Gina so that I can report more after Wednesday's hearing. Look at an email I sent you with regard to the Bridges litigation. I'll discuss that with each of you individually. I do want to take the time now to ask for an executive session in that case. And I've got a discussion with the legal team tomorrow, probably at 4:30, and then I'll start touching base with you all. As far as the mask question that you had earlier, look, the CDC, the deputy town attorney and the manager are right. The CDC says you still have to wear masks, even if you're vaccinated. Their website does say, I'm sorry, I meant OSHA, I misspoke. OSHA's website says you still have to wear a mask even if you're vaccinated. I think that's ridiculous, but that's what it says. Then the CDC website says you don't if you're vaccinated. It's up to you what you want to do. Those are the regulations that are in effect right now. It's certainly up to you. It's the manager's, final call. Remember, he's the one who makes the decisions about his employees. You guys can give a resolution about what happens in the building and things like that, or policy and things like that. Okay. But you got to be careful.
We voted on it. We voted on it last month, didn't we? About what to do with the employees.
Yep, but not with employees, but with public meetings.
No, we did. Didn't we on the employees?
We voted for what happens when the public interacts with the employees. Should the public wear a mask or not? That we did.
But I remember Vice Mayor brought up the point of the employees, and I mean, either way. So we cannot move to.
Look.
I mean, all the employees are in here now without masks on. Like, what's the difference?
Look,
we're all sitting in this room. We're not wearing masks.
Either the
you
injection
go upstairs
works.
and COVID's upstairs. Like, it makes no sense to me.
Look, either the injection works or it doesn't. It's that simple. But I'm not policy. I'm just a lawyer, and I have a hard enough time doing that. That's for you guys to. That's for you guys. That's for the manager and the council to decide. I'm just telling you what exists out there as a regulation. My personal opinion is I think it's ridiculous, but.
Mayor, can I just chime in for a second? Council member, I believe that we are close. The OSHA and the EEOC are several weeks behind the CDC. The CDC came out with that ruling saying that vaccinated people can be without a mask indoors. As I advised you in our briefing, my intent and my desire is for allowing vaccinated people to go without a mask, because that's the guidance from the CDC. I believe that we'll get there within the next, hopefully within the next couple weeks, and OSHA and the EEOC will catch up with the CDC guidance, or maybe the CDC guidance will change again before then. So what I would recommend, or what I would ask, is to postpone any action by this council until the July meeting. Give me a chance, and I may take action even before the July meeting. It may not even take getting to the July meeting, because I believe that there's a lot of pressure on OSHA and the EEOC to catch up with the CDC.
Right, no, and I fully understand where you're coming from, but I'd like to take it a step further. I'd like to make it, the masks optional. Whether you're vaccinated or not vaccinated, it should be your option, right? We're all sitting up here, the mayor puts on his mask when he wants to, some of us don't have it. I'm looking at some people in the room that have it, others that don't. Like, I want to make it fully optional. If you feel that you want to protect yourself upstairs in this building, you put on your mask. And if you feel that you're vaccinated or you have immunity or you feel that you're okay, you don't have to put it on. That's the direction that I want to go in. I know that you have a different direction that you were thinking of going in, but I'm looking at this room right now. I mean, look in front of you. No one's wearing a mask.
Yeah,
and we're all in the same room, and these are all the same employees. So I'm trying to understand. I feel, at least for me as an elected official, right, this emergency, we did it, we managed it, we're taking it a step too far. It's done. Like, it's over. Look at the numbers. The cases are dwindling away. Like, it's done. How long are we going to continue to expose our staff members to having to wear a mask just because I hate to tell you to do something that I don't do myself, right? So I'm not wearing a mask, so I don't feel that we should be telling anyone here that they have to wear a mask. If they choose to, it's okay. My secretary at work wears a mask all day long because she chooses to, but she's not mandated to.
Right. When the CDC first came out with the guidance, whatever it was, 2 weeks ago, I surveyed our staff. And not that I'm going to dictate all of my decisions based on town staff surveys or opinions or whatever, but I value their opinion. You know, I'm very loyal to my staff. I believe the staff is loyal to all of us and to this town. And I know that the mayor and vice mayor may have mentioned it last time when we were discussing this. But I asked them 3 very simple questions, all right? And one of them was, if we allowed fully vaccinated staff to not wear a mask, would you still make a personal decision to wear one? 57% said yes, that even if we allowed vaccinated people to not wear one, they would still choose to do that, okay? The second question that I ask is, how comfortable would you feel if fully vaccinated staff were allowed the option of not wearing a mask? And 77% said they would feel very comfortable or somewhat comfortable. So the majority of the people would feel comfortable if we allowed vaccinated people to not wear a mask. The third question is probably the most telling, and it says, do you feel that all town staff should be allowed to not wear masks regardless of whether they're vaccinated or not? And almost 65% said no. So the overwhelm, I mean, I'm no scientific researcher, but what I take from this is people don't want to have a whole, at least our staff members as a whole, as a group. Obviously, we have very diverse opinions. There are 40-some-odd people that responded to the survey. But as a whole, as a group, I believe that they are okay if we allow vaccinated people to not wear masks, but they don't want a wholesale. At this point, based on the latest CDC guidance, I don't believe our staff would feel comfortable with a wholesale, anybody can wear a mask, nobody can wear a mask. I don't believe that that's what they would feel comfortable with. Based on the, and I can send you the survey results.
And I fully respect that, right? But my freedom doesn't depend on your comfort. My freedom is my freedom. So if a staff member, and the staff is all here, so I will tell you all what I think. If any one of you feels uncomfortable, put on your mask. But the rest of you don't have to put on a mask because one of you feels uncomfortable. That's my personal opinion. That's how I do things in my office. That's how I do things in my personal life. If you feel uncomfortable, wear a mask. If you don't feel comfortable going to the grocery store, order your groceries on Instacart.
Right.
But the rest of us don't have to put on a mask because you feel uncomfortable.
Right.
That's
And I don't want to, obviously, release any private information for our staff members, but we have people on our staff that are, I would call them immunocompromised.
Then they should wear a mask. If you're immunocompromised, then you should wear a mask.
They have certain things that would put them they have comorbidities that put them at high risk.
Understood.
But there are some people that don't have those comorbidities that just feel they don't want to wear a mask. And those, I don't want to put at risk our staff people that can't get vaccinated or are immunocompromised. At least not now until the CDC says.
But until when? And,
The sci-
that's kind of my problem. Not now, but when.
Right.
It's been over a year since this pandemic started. There have always been illnesses that you can contract. We have become fearful of everything, and now we hide behind our masks, and your personal fears are okay as long as they're not imposed on somebody else.
Yeah, it's not a fear. I've got 2 in the arm. I'm fine. I don't feel fearful. But here's the thing that I could tell you
need to
is,
move forward.
I'm just a dumb fireman, a dumb town manager. You know, you're an accountant. I'd rather put my money, if I was a betting man, I'd rather put it on the scientists at the CDC. And when they say it's okay, then I believe that we're okay.
But we're infringing on other people's freedoms, right? At some point, you can control your body, right? And at some point, you have to realize that the emergency is over, and that's why all these emergency orders have been done away with. Everyone wants to go back to normal, and that includes some of our staff members as well. That's the point that I want to make. So,
Bottom line, you need the SOP from OSHA and the EEOC.
Yes. I'd like
I told you guys. You guys
the
think-
guidance from the scientists to be applied and interpreted and accepted by the EEOC and the and OSHA, which I think that we're close. I believe that we're very close.
hold on. I am going to make a motion to remove the mask mandate for the staff in this building effective immediately. And let's just call the roll and move on. Because we can be talking about this for hours and hours and hours. That's my motion, to remove the mask mandate effective immediately.
I'll second for discussion.
Vice Mayor. By the way, we're gonna get to 11 o'clock.
Yeah,
so
no. It was just to make a funny point. You know, the federal government is driving this conversation, right? They give the CDC one recommendation, and the OSHA has a different opinion. If you're a healthcare provider, I don't care who you are, you're wearing masks. So you have different interpretations of what they said, but the part of the federal government, which I would say is the closest to everybody, which is the Social Security Administration, still hasn't gone back to work yet. The Social Security Administration, you go to their local office, they're still closed. So whether you have mask on or not mask on, this is going to be a conflicted issue. At the end of the day, we are open to the public and we're servicing the public. My point at the last meeting was to give the staff the optimal opportunity to protect themselves if they felt so threatened by the general public that we would make conditions to make sure that they would have safe meeting spaces, that they needed to be socially distanced, or we could make masks available to the staff or a shield available to the staff. And my position continues to be the same. You know, the staff need to work in an environment where they feel safe. And at the end of the day, that is the most important thing. If that safety means that the staff member wants to wear a mask when they're dealing with the general public, then so be it. If they want to have a shield while interacting with the general public, and the general public is face maskless, then I think we need to be providing that type of atmosphere. So I believe in personal choice, and I think that we also have an obligation, right, to provide that safety to our staff members. And our staff members may not feel safe yet working with the general public without a mask on. So I don't know how that looks, right? I don't know what that would look like. If that means that we have alternatives to the maskless, right? So let's say somebody comes in from the street not wearing a mask, and that staff member cannot wear a mask. I have staff members that cannot physically wear a mask. Them wearing a mask causes breathing issues. Then we need to provide some other type of safety, that's all. And I think that, you know, just a wholesale, everybody take off their masks, so to speak, I think it runs a little bit derelict of our responsibility to make sure that the staff are safe.
And I'll say this because I understood something different from Councilman Morano. I understood that for the staff members, that you wanted them to choose. So, for example, the staff that's dealing with the public and they want to choose to wear a mask, but if there's a staffer that is fully vaccinated, was that what you're saying?
If there's a staffer that's fully vaccinated or someone like me, right, I had COVID. So I have natural immunity. So I don't mind talking to anybody without a mask. But if I work in this building, I am mandated to wear a mask, even if I don't want to wear one. So and it's for everyone else's protection, right? I have to wear a mask for everyone else's protection. We were there a year ago. We were there maybe even 9 months ago. Right now, with the number of cases, this is the chart. From January to today, the cases have gone down. There have been days with 0 cases. So at what point do we say the emergency's over and it is okay for everyone to go back to normal? Why is it okay that we as council members can all sit up here without our mask, but for example, somebody, I don't know, in the planning department has to wear a mask because we're mandating them to. So we're imposing rules on them that we're not imposing on ourselves. So I have the freedom to sit up here without my mask and breathe freely, but someone in the building department has to go to the bathroom wearing a mask because they're outside of their bubble and they have to wear a mask. Like, it's over. At some point, we as elected officials have to be, you know, the cooler heads and say, okay, that's it. It's done. Let's go back to normal. We're all living our lives as normal. We're not spending every minute of the day with our masks on. We go to the supermarket without a mask. I mean, we're living our lives, right? And we've had this full room. We've had an entire meeting, normal, full room. Everyone has been here, sitting side by side. There's no 6 feet apart. There's no you're in a family bubble. Everybody sat wherever they wanted. And our staff members are here not wearing a mask. So why do they have to wear a mask upstairs? Because we tell them to? I find that to be a little pompous and a little taking our power a little bit too far. And that's what this pandemic has done. It has given elected officials the power to mandate things that infringe on people's personal rights. I feel that it's enough. And that's why, to me, that's it. Like, OSHA can say what they want, CDC can say what they want. They change their minds every day anyway, right? We have to watch the CDC. The director of the CDC says something, and now I have to believe what she says because she said it. I don't feel that way. Maybe I'm a little more rebellious than the average person, and I understand that. But absolutely, but I'm not talking about interaction with, I'm talking about them amongst themselves. They work together. I'm not talking about anyone that's coming in from the public.
I'm
If
exclusively...
Mr. Angel is
no.
if Mr. Angel's going to talk to somebody that's coming in with a question, he can wear his mask, and that person can wear their mask or not. But if Mr. Angel's working by himself in his office and he's going to use the restroom or go have a cup of coffee, to walk down the hallway, he has to wear a mask.
Yeah, no, and again,
So this is
I
what I'm talking
misunderstood
about.
where
I'm
you
not
were
talking about
coming
interaction
from.
with people from the street.
I was assuming that when you talked about, because I've been through the halls and I've been in interactions.
Full disclosure, I walk through the halls without a mask. Full disclosure.
When you go into somebody's office, they're generally without a mask, right? Because there's no threat around them.
But that's not the rule in this building. The rule in this building is that you have to wear a mask.
No.
Oh, yes.
That's incorrect. If you're in your private space, if you have social distance from other people, you do not have to wear a mask.
But if you're walking down the hallway or using the bathroom or going in the break room
in the public common areas, yes.
Yeah, in common areas, you have to wear a mask.
I was under
So
the
it
impression
it seems unnecessary.
I was under the impression that the wholesale removal of the mask, including for the people who are going to be dealing with the public, may have created some challenges. But and again, I think I don't think anybody disagrees with you. I certainly don't disagree with you.
Look around.
But what I think the manager's asking for is just the opportunity of time of 2 weeks to see what OSHA comes back with, because here's and again, I don't want to throw my friends that are in the legal profession. All you need under the bus, right? All you need is one individual say an unsafe work environment was created by this wholesale removal of masks, and then you have an OSHA issue. Because I work in the healthcare space. I work in this heavily regulated environment where it just takes one claim to then say, look, this decision, this point in time here, was against and ill-advised, and again, I think we can wait, if we waited a year and a half, wait the 2 weeks that he's asking to then have the policy that you want to enact, backed up by what OSHA's or whatever. I mean, Mr. Attorney, I'm not trying to make your position. You're the one that's made the issue of OSHA. Can somebody file an OSHA claim for unsafe work environment with the wholesale removal of masks?
Even if you're allowed to wear your mask, we're not saying that people can't wear a mask.
Can we just call the roll and let's vote on this already?
The Vice Mayor's question. That is my fear. The way that it's written is basically, and my understanding is that OSHA places on businesses, and this is a business at least when it deals with staff and employees, the responsibility to maintain a safe work environment. And they've stated that COVID is unsafe and that businesses have to take measures to protect their employees from that unsafe.
Do they specify what the measures are?
Yeah, they do. They say PPE, social distancing.
We have
certain
PPE,
structures.
there's social distancing. If you
Correct.
choose to take yours off, it's
Correct.
a choice that you're making.
The other thing that OSHA says, and we were reviewing it a second ago, Mr. Gastesi and I, is that you can't treat folks that have gotten vaccinated different from people that have been vaccinated. And they state that even if you've been vaccinated, you still need to wear your mask. I agree with Mr. Gastesi on this. I think it's ridiculous. I see it, but as your attorney, as you know, your deputy attorney, I can't sit here and say do it when a federal agency is telling you not to, that requires us to maintain a safe environment.
So in the
So
supermarkets
that's-
and in the pharmacies and in the department stores where employees are not wearing a mask, they're violating OSHA rules?
Technically, yes. It's ridiculous. I'm not going to support it or defend it, but that's what it says. You know, and you know they can sit there and they're.
There's also a recent Florida law that protects certain types of businesses from being sued, and that just came to mind. That passed in the last legislative session.
The state is telling us one thing: open up and stop with the nonsense. And then you've got the bureaucrats sitting there in OSHA saying something completely different, while another government agency, CDC, is saying something completely different.
And
It's
to
up
your,
to you
to your
guys.
point, Vice Mayor,
All we can do is tell you
there's a
what we
state,
see.
yeah, there is a state statute, you're right, that protects from lawsuits dealing with COVID. But as you may know, federal statutes supersede state. So that we're dealing with a federal agency. That's a problem. That's a caveat.
Let's call the roll.
My motion stands, so I'd like to call the roll.
I know Councilman Fernandez.
Yeah, can I chime in for a second? So I have two questions. One, I know last meeting it was like a monumental step, and we came in and we got rid of the plexiglass and we brought the people in, and it felt like the most momentous thing ever. And then 2 days later, the CDC guidelines came out, and now there's no masks anywhere, not at Publix, not at, like seemingly everything opened up, shortly thereafter. I kind of have this sense that, it might be Groundhog's Day, right? That might happen tomorrow. There might be new OSHA guidelines. The day after tomorrow, there might be OSHA guidelines. I would be more in line with just letting the manager decide when those it's safe to operate in that matter. I don't necessarily think we have to split hairs about it. The other side of that is, right, so the mask mandate that we have now, right, the rule that says that employees have to wear masks, did we create that rule? Did the council create that rule? Where does that rule come from?
I created that rule.
So you should be the one to get rid of it.
I agree.
Because it's not our rule to so that's my stance.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
No.
Nay.
Yeah, the nays have it. The motion fails, Madam Clerk. All right, we're moving on. We're about to adjourn, and I think it's clear that it all goes back to standard operating procedures, all of our problems. That's the SOP. We got to fix that. All right, have a good June, folks. We'll see you in July. God bless. This meeting's adjourned.